in the studio for some insights into this. I just wanted to expand this to show you that blue is right in the Ashanti region. That even there, when you go in there, yes, you're winning, but it's bleeding wins. And that's the map here for presidential, and this is what it looks like for the parliamentary. It's still very green. I want to bring my colleagues into the conversation. We're going to be drilling down to some of the areas, telling you the stories behind the map. And this map is still yet to be filled in a few places. And a few places, yes, to fill. This side will come in very soon. We're going to have it filled up for you in Savannah. There's some controversies in Savannah, for example. In Damongo, we'll try and get some clarity on what is happening there for you. We're also expecting a few more, and this is parliamentary, to come in here, in this area here, to fill up for you pretty shortly. All of this is going to come in for you. And we're beginning to see that in the coalition centers, a lot of context. Kwabenya is one of those, right? We've done the interview with the MPP and MPP candidate there who says he wants a coalition done in front of himself and the other candidates there. This area here will still be filled up. But clearly, if you had listened to Bawumia made a point, though. He concedes the presidential, but says we want a few of the... They've won the parliament. I don't know what he meant by that, but he says eventually it doesn't change the outcome. And that, for me, when he said it, I didn't know whether he wanted to say that we want some, or is he suggesting that he won parliament? It can be, in terms of the way that we're seeing.
Outstanding areas in parliament that requires conclusion, and that notwithstanding, he's convinced that the NDC still has a majority. In fact, that's the sense I got from what you're saying.
Yeah. And that's what he meant, actually. He said that they've won the presidential decisively and have also won majority in parliament. Because the NPP would have its own calculations. And the NPP knows, that the NDC has won the majority in parliament, okay? The conversation now, and you've heard Fifi Kwete make the point that the NPP is trying to, change a few things here and there, but of course, they're not going to, that's not something I have. But there's some seats that have been disputed. We've talked about Kwabenya and other areas, but of course we've seen Takwan Swahim, the results have come out now. The NPP's George Mekuduka has lost that particular... yes, he's lost that particular...
The court data for illegal mining in the Republic of Ghana.
So let's do that now. Let's go. And something is here, and Wingsting and Raymond. Let's get into some of the specifics parliamentary. And this is... And this is the Bamia's
coordinator for on mining.
Okay. Mining. Oh, did I say illegal mining?
On mining, not illegal mining.
On mining, yes. I meant mining,
Yeah. So Takwan Swahim...
That's it over there, Takwan Swahim.
That's it here.
Yeah, it's green.
Okay, that's green. Okay, guys, this is an area that you didn't think that NDC could flip. And it showed in Raymond's reaction when he said, that's what has happened. He exclaimed.
But when we did it the last time, we talked about the fact that... The difference was about 101 because you had Joycelyn Ando, I think so, who also pulled some 29,000 votes. And we had said that she was, and I remember telling you that she was still contesting in this year's election. She pulled 12,000 votes.
Yeah.
If you were to add the 12,000 votes to George Mekuduka's votes, that takes it to 39,000. And so it probably would have helped him. This is the point. When George Mekuduka showed up first in 2016, he won the seat by some 18,000 margin. Okay? He was contesting with Seth Kwame Jokoto, Ifira Jokoto. But prior to his coming onto the scene, the NPP had won the seat with a margin of about, say, 4,000. Yeah, 4,000. I give to you, Eugenia Akusi, 37,000, 33,000 for the NDC. You can go to the 2012 figures, for instance. And so he showed up at the time and got lots of votes. But then, unfortunately...
So this is a 2012?
Yeah, 2012.
The 2012 story there.
So there you have it. 37,000, 33,000. Great. Then go to 2016. And
in 2016?
2016.
There you have it.
There you have it. 42,000. So that's a margin of 18,000. 18,000. But then by 2020, we know what happened. The independent candidate.
And that's the closest you can ever find across the country. Just over 100 votes.
101 votes.
Yes.
But then the thinking was that, okay, George Mekuduka, now Deputy Lands and Natural Resources Minister, leading, in the establishment of community mining schemes. This is a hugely mining-dominated area. So if he's leading, if he's, helping in the establishment of community mining schemes, at least he would win the people over. Now, when Joy Ando shows up again, she doesn't get the 29,000 votes that she got. I mean, here there's an MPP NDC, so you wouldn't say, but she didn't get the 29,000. She gets 12,000. But the NDC's new candidate actually increases by 4,000.
Yeah.
Which is expected because when you're going into an election, of course, new members, new people would come in and all of that. But the NPP's drop, significant. From 31,000, he drops by 4,000. Even Joy Ando, who pulled 29,000 previously, drops by some 17,000 to 12,000. And there you have it. George Mrekuduka is leaving Parliament.
He's leaving Parliament, and he comes in with 27,474 votes. That's 36.1%. And the NDC's Issa Taylor with 35,820 there. That is an interesting one because of the margin flip from 101 victory, that's a tiny, tiny air's breath, to one that the NDC has completely swept. And Remo, why the exclamation?
No, as Winston said, this is a man who perhaps had a big job, a lot of resources, even though it was dealing with a tight issue. He really had set up, and let's not get it wrong, a lot of these community mining schemes. Even though some of us had difficulty with these community mining schemes and they were basically indirect illegal mining one way or the other, and that sometimes they had encroached the mining concessions of established mining schemes and all of that, it made sense that a man who had perhaps the panacea to illegal mining and was in charge of that in the ministry would necessarily sail through. And I was shocked because it sounded like he had everything under control, even though there were a lot of allegations against him. The people in his constituency appeared to not care about those allegations, but were more interested in helping him become their member of parliament again. If you spoke to him, you got the impression that everything was under control. But that's how some people sometimes deceive you in this republic. I was telling something that I know elsewhere people will start attacking you, tell you straight in your face that there's no way I'm going to vote for you. But the Ghanaian people, they are special. They may smile to you. They may even, wish you well. They may even pray for you. And at the end of the day, the same sort of people will go and vote massively against you and pass by, sometimes even take the goodies from you. And when they were taking it, they'll be saying all the nice things to you, and still they will vote massively against you. But this is a poor showing. It's not a fantastic delivery. It's not something that even the NDC did not get a 50%. So, but it still shows a very, very terrible end. And 51 to 36%, indeed, is almost like losing 15 or so percentage points within a period. That should be terrible for anybody who's gone through elections, especially for somebody that was deemed to be. So if he could not deliver in his own backyard, how about all the other places that his extraordinary work in fixing, not fixing Galamsey, but in reforming the illegal mining space,
well, in fact,
was going to impact?
The NPP lost in all the mining areas in the Western region.
Okay, and Samson want to say something quickly before I come to that, because we isolate the mining
I was
conversation.
going through and something, was hitting me. That if you look at some of these places where you didn't imagine that the NDC could make so much, and you see how the NDC has literally decimated the NPP. I looked at Felix Kwachiofoso's place, for example, Asebu Kwamanda, right? Mm-hmm. And the last time, he lost by 176 votes. This time, he's won by over 11,000 votes, correct? Yeah. So you ask yourself, what exactly has been going on in the minds of the voters? Look at John Domelo. Check the margin. So I've been looking at it, and I've just tried to eavesdrop and listen to people. And again, remember my constituency is Ablekuma.
Don't worry, don't go there yet because it's a special case.
Right.
We treat it special.
But I want to look at it from that kind of broader perspective.
Yeah, broader, yeah.
And people are saying other things, not just the questions of the economy, but it does appear that the matter of arrogance of power has been very central to people, to the extent that even some of the members of the NPP are not bothered that this happened. In fact, some
are happy,
are jubilating over the loss of their own members.
Yeah, not just the loss, the manner of the defeat.
But you see, that actually leads me to something. Something you're asking a question, what could have led to this? And if I look at all the figures, you see the decline in the NPP's numbers. And when you speak to some of them who are jubilating, they tell you, we cannot vote for a party, for a few to enjoy and leave us to struggle to fight for the, whatever is
scraps.
The scraps. This is what I think happened to the NPP. In the build-up to the presidential primary, Kennedy Ejapon said a lot of things that resonated with the party's base. He said, these people are eating so much and leaving you with nothing. Do not vote for them to continuously eat and leave you out. I am the one you can trust. Post that, a lot of the party's members started thinking about all the things they're going through and started questioning the opulence. They started questioning the extravagance of their party. And look, we've had NPP people telling us the things that some of the leading members of the party do.
True.
So this is a party whose members were just praying for this loss to turn things around. Because the belief is that if they don't do it now, it will continue. So let the party lose. Some people will leave the picture. They'll leave the scene.
But you make an important point.
Yeah.
That in the internal primaries, the party's delegates were beginning to mirror this national outcome.
Yes.
So the votes that they gave to Kennedy Ejapon, that over 30%, was actually a protest vote against the establishment within the party.
Exactly.
Against the status quo.
Yeah.
They actually punished Bawumia in the primary somewhat because those votes, nobody expected Kennedy Ejapon to be that dominant, right? This is a reflection of what has happened. Considering what he was saying, that resonated with the people, the sample size within the party, when you put it on a national level, this is the outcome of it.
You see, Evans, I sometimes joke that I'm a speaker of a parliament somewhere in my area. So I go and sit down. Raymond, don't comment. I go and sit down.
A regular speaker.
And get people to talk about all their concerns here and there. And whenever you listen to the NPP guys, look, there were a lot of the guys who were supporting Alan Tremanting or supporting Kennedy Ejapon, some of whom were actually working in the Jubilee House.
Yeah.
And there were guys who had told me that if they were to conduct elections in the Jubilee House, even Bawumia would have lost.
And that's a very terrible statement. Yeah. A few more things on Takwa Nsawam. And something was making the point, and it sort of supports the trend. This is a blue stronghold. It's a blue wall there that nobody had managed to touch, with the exception of the 2021, where the Galamsey played a significant role. And we've seen this all across the country, where places where NDC will not dare dream to even come close, they're taking. Takwa Nsawam is one. But there is the Galamsey factor, right, that brought him a near defeat in 2020 that I want to isolate. And whether we are making too much of that or not is something that we can talk about.
But Evans, I do not think that the Galamsey brought him close to a... Anyway,
it's just... Let me just pull up our Galamsey heat map.
And the Galamsey matter over there too. Remember that there were these chiefs who spoke up and got into trouble. They were very swift in suing them.
Okay.
Chiefs in the area were very swift in suing them. And the people clearly took note of that.
Yeah, and when we're doing the Galamsey heat map, we count at least 2 communities in Takwa Nsawam where Galamsey happens. But you say this may not have had a significant impact on the outcome?
No.
Because of I believe so too, because the margin was very, very huge. I mean, it couldn't be just
because you see,
the Galamsey issue.
In 2020, for instance, at the time that he won by 101 votes.
Yeah.
And I remember in 2020, there was a lot of recounts because earlier the conversation was that he had lost.
True.
Then there was a recount.
Two towns there in Galamsey, and this is a Galamsey heat map that just shows you what has been happening in that area. The greener it is, the darker the shade, the more Galamsey communities you have. The lighter the shade, the less Galamsey communities you have. So this definitely is one of those areas.
I am beginning to see something that, look, at the time when we were having conversations about Galamsey, when Ghanaians began complaining, and you had members of the NPP, some members of the NPP say, for instance, that, oh, we are close to an election, we're not going to fight Galamsey or whatever. There are people in these communities also who felt the brunt, who actually felt the negative impacts of illegal mining.
Yeah.
Some of those people may have been punishing these people because, look.
And there's nowhere in the Republic of Ghana that the majority of people in any community are doing Galamsey.
Yes.
They may be beneficiaries of the linkages, but majority cannot be. So, in fact, no estimation puts those involved in Galamsey as the majority in this country.
No. Yeah, I mean, a few people are doing the Galamsey.
Yes.
So a few people are doing the Galamsey. But you look at the incidents, 18.2% of the people who live there are poor. And out of that, we're talking about 43% are extremely poor.
Extremely high.
Extremely poor. Poverty, so you're talking about Galamsey, so you can do something for them and you don't want to fight it. Right. But the overwhelming majority of people in that community where he lost were feeling the pinch.
And again, if they're allowed to do Galamsey, this should come down.
Exactly.
It should have
a direct impact, positive impact on your life.
But again, you need to ask the question, who owned the community mining schemes?
Well, MPP folks with a lot of links.
Oh, no, I thought community mining was everybody coming together.
Well, that was the rhetoric.
That meant coordinating.
That was the rhetoric. The reality is that they give to party
I'm actually asking a question. Whose answer I wouldn't provide. The people listening in Takwanswayim,
they know.
They know the story.
Know the answer. Who owned these community mining schemes? And so, were the community mining schemes truly owned by the communities?
Yes. It was a people's project. In response to clamor. In response to calls for them to participate in the exploration of their own minerals.
We get your sarcasm.
He's being sarcastic.
Yeah,
no,
we get your sarcasm.
Oh, but what is it?
Your sarcasm is well noted.
It's right in the name, community mining scheme.
Thank you very much, Raymond Akwa.
Okay.
But this is the reality. And so, look, we can keep talking about Takwanswayim.
Yeah.
The lady who contested as an independent candidate didn't pull as much as she did in 2020, for instance. But she's also from the NPP. So it tells you, for instance, how even within Takwanswayim, people had become fed up with the NPP.
Yeah.
And this is something that nobody would have dreamt of in the past, that you would wake up to an election that says the NPP is lost in Takwanswayim.
Yeah. And the green wave in the Western region is all over. I mean, this is just a Western region map as we have it. We're just waiting for Elembele to come in, a Memphis Central, and a Hunter West. Oh, a Hunter West. A lot of you know that our good friend Braze has been looking, and the fear, obviously. But Mpoho is a place that, again, people are looking at and saying, how is that even possible? Prisia Huni Valley, falling. Robert Kujo is taking it, and the gap is widened if you go back.
What's to be expected, is it?
What's expected?
You go to incumbent,
obviously. Wasa East, you're seeing the Isaac Mensah taking it. If you go to the trend map, this is an NDC area, so you expect that to happen.
So let me tell you something briefly about Wasa East, because it used to be Mpoho Wasa East at the time.
Okay.
And in 2012, it was split into two, Mpoho and Wasa East. Now, at the time it was Mpoho Wasa East, it was a swing constituency. So the NDC was very strong in the Wasa East area, and the NPP strong in the Mpoho area. So there are times, for instance, that anytime the NPP had won that seat as Mpoho Wasa East, they used the Mpoho side to actually offset their loss in the Wasa East area. So following the split, it was expected, it's expected that the NDC would win Wasa East. The NPP came close with Wilson Arthur, I think it was somewhere in 2016, but eventually they couldn't win it. And the surprising thing is the Mpoho vote, and which I will stay out of. Maybe Raymond can do the analysis.
Winston earlier explained to everybody in the Republic of Ghana that the trends were not favoring the incumbent. He stopped short of saying the incumbent may lose the election. But then trends did indicate eventually that the incumbent lost the election.
But are you sure the trends indicated that? Because the trends tell me that the last election, the parliamentary candidate there put out his best performance yet.
Not that kind of trend.
Okay, what trend are you talking about?
Okay, so Winston explained earlier the dynamics within the constituency, which did not favor incumbents. But then incumbent too had some momentum on his side. It was a shaky ground for him to proceed on. And finally, he ended up losing. If you just look at the numbers, and it might not reflect the actual reality on the ground. And in any case, Sani has not been there for the 3, elections you have pulled up. Even though in 2020, it was a good picture, it still did not in any way indicate that he was on a very safe ground, which there is none of the facts on the ground.
Well, the fact on the ground would also indicate. Now, the NPP itself, and I remember that the NPP's regional chairman, Francis Ndedesian, had indicated that because of the poor nature of the road, he couldn't even take the vice president to go campaign in Mpoho. The people of Mpoho had complained about their roads for a very long time. Even though, and I remember that, under the tenure of John Dramani.
Yeah, but MPs don't construct roads.
He had gone into the constituency. He had said, you have paved roads to Kejebiri, which is, after Kejebiri you get to Pritia, then you get to Mpoho. So, these are paved roads. It will continue to Mpoho. In 2017, President Akufo-Addo cut sword for the construction of the road. It didn't happen. In 2024, construction was indeed ongoing. But a lot of people had concerns that there's been this back and forth. Now, whenever people complained about the roads, for instance, you had people within the NPP and the Mpoho constituency getting angry, feeling that those who complained about the poor nature of the roads just wanted to badmouth the party. And so there were instances that I had actually spoken about the nature of the road, that you get calls from Mpoho that says, why are you making the party look bad? Then, one day, Raymond, I was talking about the roads in my estate. The feeling was that, once again, I was talking about the Mpoho roads. Now, this is the next point. I think John Sani had lost a bit of touch with the people. The John Sani they knew in 2020 was not the same John Sani they were meeting in 2024.
But he had become a deputy minister.
He had become a deputy minister. But you see, in politics, people see you when you show up. They expect the same thing from you. At best, they expect you to maintain how they met you, or even sometimes worship them a little bit. In areas like Mpoho, which is a mining area, and there are a lot of people there who have everything to do, the complaint, and I have heard people who are NPP saying, they voted against him because he had lost touch, and they felt that it had become too much.
So you're actually saying that MPP folks actually voted against their own candidate?
Yes.
Evans, this please, can you go back to 2020?
2020?
2020, how did it look like?
So 2020, that was a picture there.
54% for Sani.
Okay.
54%, 9,695 for the NDC, 11,896 for the Sani guy.
What's the difference we have now, Raymond?
Now, Sani moves down from the 11,000 to somewhere around 8,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, look, what Winston spoke about, when you raise a criticism, regardless how genuine the criticism is, and the members of the party come against you, and they say, you just are NDC, or you don't just see anything good about the government or the NPP. That echo chamber attitude, they just want to hear what is good and never what is even genuine criticism,
So just mindless mattering of,
has also been identified as one of the things that cost the NPP a lot. If you listen to Bryce Simmons, he speaks about the NPP having been one of the most tone-deaf administration in this country. And that is no joke. Even on social media, the way the entire army is unleashed, even on journalists, making genuine criticism, it's terrible. And you can see that it's across. It's across. You're talking about something here, and you're saying, this is what is going wrong, and they say, oh, you're sitting in Accra, you're talking, you think Ghana is Accra.
Yeah, and that's the point that we kept hearing a lot.
Yeah.
In the last, they keep saying, oh, if it's 6 months ago, we knew we were going to lose. But anybody had that?
Yeah.
But the last time you and I were walking, and we had that from one of the key members of the campaign.
You know, and they say, but if you go to rural areas in the last, few weeks and days, it's looking good for us. We may scrape through.
Something makes a point.
I don't know where we're getting that from.
Something makes a point, and I just would want to
Because before we move on beyond this point, because they had said a lot of things across this country. They knew the Greater Accra problem was not easy to resolve. You are not going to be able to easily give something the small things and it will change his mind.
Okay.
The presumption was that if you go to areas across the country in very varied ways, they will take the small and change their minds. Slight improvement. Go and grade their roads. Go and actually introduce small things and they will change their minds. Those things are the very things they held on to. That's why last minute, you saw all of this commissioning. You saw all of these small rooms that were being put out there.
Including Raymond, including using the support for areas, farmers who had suffered this
dry spell and all of that.
Spell, as a clear vote buying activity. But because you are doing it in the name of agriculture, you can't. You will not be successful.
Let me tell you
in raising the question of vote buying.
Let me tell you something. The bit about, I've been thinking about this, and it just hits me. The bit about they're taking things to the communities. Who received those things? Can somebody tell me who received the things?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It is classified, yes.
The DCEs are expected to receive these things because you have to channel them through the official sources so you can distribute them.
But even that, they prioritize party people.
Good. But hold on a second. How many of you didn't you hear parliamentary candidates fighting DCEs? Nana Akufo-Addo had maintained a lot of DCEs who were in their second term and knew they're not coming back. Many of those DCEs were hoarding things.
For themselves?
For themselves.
Okay.
Because they knew that they were not coming back. Unfortunately...
They were planning their retirement package.
Unfortunately, with our politics, unfortunately, and this is not the kind of politics we should be practicing. But sadly, our politics is all about fleecing the state. Sadly. So many people who get into politics, all they're doing is that they're waiting for their turn. And if the MPP were to, establish a committee like the NDC did in 2016 or 2017, they would tell you...
Fact-finding.
They would tell
your committee.
Yes, they would tell you that people took a lot of things and they didn't. So that whole approach to doing things. And secondly, you cannot ignore the people for 7 years and show up in the 8th year.
Very disrespectful.
That the people have forgotten everything.
I mean, it was very disrespectful.
Short memory.
Yeah.
So you don't neglect, and I was saying, when I was talking about even my estate roads, that people thought I was talking about Mpoho roads and so, but in my estate, for instance, in 2020, November, at Abokobi, they got onto the road, cleared it, and that was the last time. They didn't show up again.
Around 2024. Yes. I listened to that story. It's so fascinating.
They showed up again in August, around August, July, August this year. Oh, we are coming to do the road. Masa, the Medina side of the road had been done.
Okay.
The east side hadn't been done. As we speak, you can see a bulldozer grader on the road. It hasn't worked for 2 days. And I know that is the end.
So what do you mean?
Imagine the circumstances of the Ghanaian students on scholarship who were in distress.
Yeah.
And when we had that meeting with Dr. Baumia at...
Kempinski?
Mervyn
Pick.
I raised that issue with him. I asked him, you can solve this now. You don't wait. You don't have to wait to become president before you solve it. And he told me that he was aware of the circumstance. He told all of us that he was aware of the circumstance because some of the parents had reached out to him. So he knew that we had in the hundreds, thousands of Ghanaian students who had gotten scholarship to school abroad and who had been there. Some had been there and their stipends, their allowances were not paid for months, for years. And the schools were removing them. Some of them were being deported.
Home Office was being told that
they were being deported.
They are staying,
Look,
should leave.
when I mentioned to him, he said, I'm going to take care of this. He did something. And he got the finance minister, they put some money together, and it was supposed to be given to those who were in actual distress at the time.
I bet you those strategies.
Guess what they did?
Party first.
And some of the students are still in touch with us. Guess what they did? They set up a platform, selected those who are sympathetic or members of the party,
and
sorted those people out. So the majority of them who needed didn't have it. Those who were being deported immediately and needed it instantly didn't get. So as I speak, I have so many of them who still have sent me emails. Some have actually lost their studentship.
Goodness. And by the way, that's a tragic story. And still talking about the results, there's a lot to analyze. Specific, Shama.
But let me make final point in Mpoho.
Briefly.
Yes.
Briefly.
Because in that constituency, one of its strongholds is the Mpoho enclave. And in this election, the member of parliament, who's from Mpoho, lost it.
Okay. That tells the story, doesn't it? It's a summary of everything I was saying, including Shama, where the MPP had won it in the last two elections. And now NDC had flipped it. And the green wall continues there. The NDC's candidate, Emilia Arthur,
Evans,
23,000.
Before you do the Emilia Arthur, the analysis, go to 2000 elections. Go to 2000.
2000 elections. Parliamentary?
Parliamentary.
Parliamentary?
Okay. That's 2020.
No, that's 2000, right?
2000. 2000. Don't do the trend. Just go to 2000. Go to 2000. Shama. Okay. You would see in 2000, Shama was won by the NPP's Angelina Baden Emisa. But if you can get the list of those who contested in that election.
Okay, we can do that.
We can do that. Yeah, get the candidates. What do you see there? Check the last person.
Emiliata.
Okay.
NRP.
Okay. So let's isolate that.
Yes, isolate that.
Your point you're making is?
The point I'm making is that...
So Emilia Arthur, NRP, was there in 2000.
Yes.
And it had 6,498 votes.
Yes.
At the time.
At the time.
At the time.
She showed up again in 2004.
Okay, hold on. So pops up again in 2004. Same area, right?
Yes, same
2004. Again, let's pull up the full data of candidates. That's Emilia Arthur again there.
That again?
If you
this
can
time
see.
She makes 9,000.
This time, votes gone up, right?
3,000 plus.
9,067, 30.6%. Okay, so
Earlier
she keeps climbing.
21% or so.
21%.
Then, after Professor Mills becomes president, Emilia Arthur goes back to the NDC. Now, she was NDC, but the National Reform Party, she followed Guzi Tano. And she's been nursing this ambition. As you can see, since 2000,
she's been there.
She becomes DCE in 2009, becomes Deputy Western Regional Minister. She becomes presidential staffer at the Office of the Vice President. And then, finally, in 2024, she takes it.
Finally, in 2024, yes. She wins it.
That's a rich history.
But
that's
a rich history indeed. Yeah, that's a man who comes from there. If you're talking about Mpoho, it's very close, so he understands
this is actually
geography.
The other story to this. In 20...
And she wins it handsomely.
I'm going to give you another...
Close to 6,000 different.
I'm going to give you another twist to this. Go to 2016.
2016, same constituency.
Same constituency.
Parliamentary.
Parliamentary.
Okay.
Now, it was won by Atto.
Okay.
Because
That's Atto with 20,000. That's 5,000 difference.
5,000.
He passed on, right?
He passed on.
Yeah.
Atto then lost the primary. In 2019, he won the primary beating Lawyer Abaka. In 2020, Lawyer Abaka is the NPP's parliamentary candidate, and he wins it. But this is Lawyer Abaka's sponsor. Now go to 2024.
2024, we're talking about it right now.
Circle Isaac Afo.
And that's Isaac Afo for the MPP.
CEO of Lower Pra Rural Bank.
Okay. Right. It must have a lot of resources, I believe.
He is the kingmaker in the constituency.
I see.
So the man who sponsored Erickson Abeka to become member of parliament then decides to contest himself, wins it, but unfortunately, he loses it. I'll leave Raymond and something to have their take. We'll come back and do the in-detailed analysis.
Yeah, but it's fascinating, is it not? I mean, that Wilson, the Amelia Arthur, from 2000, grows her, performance there and the votes up until he wins. But of course, the tsunami will carry you the rest of the way. But she definitely has earned this over the period from the NRP, National Reform Party, and comes back to her roots. Even Gusitano himself is very active now, chairing the party's economic manifesto part of the structure, and he's speaking quite a lot. So all of them are back into the fold. But you know what he also says, broadly, that you can actually get out of the group, suffer a bit, come back in, and if you're still loyal to it, and you keep fighting, you can win. You can win. Raymond, very interesting. 2 elections, MPP had won it in Shama, now flip back to the NDC.
No, the trends I saw suggested that the NPP was not likely to hold on for a longer period. It showed.
Because that's a constituency where after every 2 terms of a political party, there's a change.
Yeah.
So from 2000, the NPP holds on to it to 2008. They lose.
Yeah.
Then they come back in 2016.
And you're right. The trend says that. So I'm going to reduce the thickness of my pen just so you illustrate the point. If you are taking out 1996, right? You have 2000, 2004. MPP wins both. MPP wins both, 2000, 2004. And then you now come to 2008. I'm going to change the color to red. 2008, 2012. NDC takes over and wins both elections. And then change the color again to yellow. Then you come to 2016, 2020. MPP comes back and wins both. That's a very interesting constituency indeed.
If you isolate...
They vote in pairs.
If you isolate the NPP's own from 2000, 2004, when NDC won it, the first time, it was with a higher margin than the second time. Which was an indication that they are likely to lose going into the future. The same thing is repeated when it comes to 2016 and 2020. From 53% in tandem with the standard stars established across the country, you go down to 50%, an indication that your next battle may be lost eventually.
And
so that's also another interesting...
It shows up again here.
So immediately you get into the office for the first 4 years, your best chance is that you will lose some percentage points or likely to win by a lower margin going into the future. Then you are being indicated that that's the end of your stay in office. And that's actually what this shows if you take out the 2000 and 2004 period.
That's a very fascinating. What it means to Amelia Arthur, and if she's watching us, somebody is watching us.
That this is her first time.
First time. She should enjoy it.
It's the beginning.
It's the beginning.
But this is massive. This is 57%.
This
is the highest anybody has won that constituency.
But you have to place it in the context of the bloodbath.
Well.
I mean, you have to place it in that context. I mean, this is unprecedented as what we've seen already. So that's just carried it through. Whether, again, that's the thing about bloodbaths. Like JM suffered in 2016. he clawed a bit back
Yes.
in 2020.
The reality
and now,
sets in the next election. Yeah.
It's very possible. But it all depends on what she does. Ghanaians are teaching us that. But especially in this area here, if the prediction is from the history we just showed us, that she would possibly get a second term.
A second term.
But sets herself up after the second term.
She can't break the 8, as is the established principle in the... Oh, but it's there.
No, that's the established
You can see that on the face of the pink suit.
No.
You can't break the 8.
No, it's that, when he introduced the phrase, break the 8, it just got me laughing because of...
Again, you don't say she can't.
Ah, okay.
Because we know what we know has been shattered in these elections.
Yeah.
So anything is...
But what we know,
is that you can't break the 8.
You can't break the 8.
That is what we know. That's the established principle here. You can't break the 8.
Yeah, I mean, which is what it is. But you know, the flip side to that break the 8 is that the MPP actually broken the 8. You can't break the 8, as in, you know what I mean? You can't break the 8, that's you can't win a second term after the second term you lose. But they've broken the 8 because nobody had lost in this term like they have. They've sort of broken the scale completely, thrown the scale apart.
And with areas that were all described as safe seats, never to be touched. Seats that you would have, if you asked me to list them, I would have put them on the list of places that
they approach with all the complacency.
Yes, that nobody was even interested in campaigning excessively there. And that the people are loyal, they are godly. In fact, they believe that if you are their chosen, God appointed you for them and you shall remain there. But it appears that they are not listening to their gods now. And they are operating on their own.
It's interesting. You know, we're here saying that if any party can break the 8, it must be the MPP.
True.
And when we did the analysis and we showed that the MPP seems to be a more dominant party in elections than the NDC.
Because
and in 2008, there's the part that came closest to doing that.
The NPP of the two parties is the one with the most core base. The more core, between the NDC and MPP. The NPP has more core supporters than the NDC.
You mean a core region with massive votes?
Exactly. So it adds up to it. I know where women's coming from.
Yes.
But you see, the NPP has more core supporters. So we're saying, okay, every party has 45, 45. The NPP probably has between 46, 47 core, no, it's 44, 44. The NPP has about 45% core supporters. But the core supporters have shown them.
You see, Winston, the widespread anger.
Which was taken for granted. Which was downplayed.
I'm finding out if there is a way we can do some research to find out how much of it is attributable to the Galamsey devastation. Because that one too, people did not take it, lightly at all.
Samson, you made a point here.
They didn't take it lightly at all, to the extent that all the research showed that this was an existential threat.
Oh, Samson, they told us was an Accra problem. That's why the protests were happening in Accra.
To the extent that it got the Accra Archdiocese of the Catholic Church
to
do a walk. And the whole world, the cameras beamed on Ghana and saw priests in cassock on the streets.
For the record, I was part of the protest.
Phenomenal.
Okay,
I was part of the
Samson, pause.
Of course I was there.
Pause, you brought something up, and let's take our time to deconstruct and analyze, now that we have the results. This is our Galamsey heat map.
That's right.
I'm going to circle all the Galamsey areas, and then we're going to now track, for those areas we have results, see what the results are telling us in those communities. Are the residents there punishing the MPP because of the Galamsey that was happening? We've done one already. Takwa Nshoaim. And that clearly shows that had an impact. But let's do a bit more. I'm going to pull up my pen. I'm going to use black, and I'm going to reduce the thickness because I want to circle all those areas. So the darker the shade, and this is the Galamsey heat map, the darker the shade, the more Galamsey there is. And then we'll come and compare to see for those areas we have results already, is Samson's assumption holding there? Because we expect people angry enough, dealing with the matter. A few people are benefiting, but the overall majority, what's happened to them? So let's go to the Western region. You see that in this entire area here, no, that's not what I want. Come to presidential, parliamentary, 2020. Go to the Galamsey heat map. And that's it there. This entire area here, pull up the pen, shows you Galamsey. Something you see this entire area here, Galamsey. I want to come back. I'll compare it to, and then you come to this side, and these are all areas that is turned green if you sort of flip it, right? And I'm going to show that. I've marked it. Just watch the greens that you find in those same areas that I just marked. 2020. You see?
True.
See the green?
Yeah.
Same areas I marked. I'm gonna do it again. I'm just gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Just so that you see the point that something was making. That something's assumption is actually true. So you look at this area here, all green.
Yeah.
All green. As of tonight. Again, I'm gonna clear, focus there, and look at the Galamsey heat map for a second. Again, Galamsey heat map. This is the area that something is saying. Right. A lot of Galamsey areas here voting massively against the MPP. They refuse to fight it, thinking if we don't fight it, the people will reward us. Something, your assumption is holding true, that in these areas that they refuse to fight, the people punish them for not fighting.
And I'm actually thinking that the generality of the Ghanaian people in the various constituencies across the country where you saw the decimation, that's what I'm talking about, that part of the reluctance, you know, and the hesitance and the tone deafness to the Galamsey crusade could have propelled some people to say we need to do something about this. The Ghana Anti-Galamsey Coalition, the Kenashigbe's of this world. And in fact, you know, the Catholic Bishops' Conference had issued a statement almost every year talking about this matter. But there's one thing, very curious, Evans. When you check the solutions that were proffered in the campaigns, Bawumia has a superior solution
to the
dealing with the Galamsey, including what he calls the common use facility, where all people who want to do mining, small-scale mining, local communities, members who don't have any, you know, financial muscle, but must be encouraged to go into this. You create a common user, you know, facility, and then all of them use that facility rather than pollute the waters and so on and so forth. Those are very useful.
And Raymond,
yes,
I know you have something to say. You also have some, but this is a quick point on this very fascinating. It's good that you brought it up. Very fascinating picture that we are beginning to pull up for you. And the MPP decided to go with the few beneficiaries of Galamsey as against the overwhelming majority of people who hated it. And that doesn't make sense because elections is all about numbers. They should have done the benefit cost and benefit analysis and say, how many people directly benefit from illegal mining in Ghana? First question. And when you did that, the answer is so obvious. Small minority, but they'll have a lot of money to possibly help your campaign. But the overwhelming majority of people in the communities will be feeling the brunt of that. They won't see the benefit. Farmers will have lost their lands. People who are drinking dirty water that they can't find. And remember, those amenities are important to people. They don't have potable water already. The stream that they drink from, because the government had failed to give them potable water, have now been polluted. So they're now going to fetch, boil, and it's still not clean enough. When they were voting, who do you think they're going to vote against? But in Accra, the party somehow thought, when Samson and Co., the GJA were fighting, they said, why are you guys doing this? You want us to lose a vote? When the chips were down, it actually showed that because they refused to fight it, for the majority of people who were having the votes, who are going to be turned out to vote for them, they took the side of the few Galamsey kingpins and the Galamsey guys in the pits who were doing. How many of them? Count them. They will not. There's a statistic actually that showed how many Ghanaians are involved in Galamsey.
I'm not going to mention names, but I'll tell you something. In fact, in some of the seats in the Western region, the people who have won it for the NDC are persons who are engaged in that thing that we are all talking about.
Yeah.
And that suggests to me it is not a lack of fight in those areas. Because the very people who won it are people who are neck deep in Galamsey. So if you're saying the NPP didn't fight Galamsey, they wouldn't be voting for people who are destroying the environment. Remember, you get my point? Because we're saying, okay, this guy didn't fight Galamsey, so they voted against him. But the person they voted for,
as in the NDC candidate they voted for,
it's engaged in Galamsey.
It's a protest vote nonetheless.
No, but that point I'm trying to make is that where there's Galamsey, a lot of the times, and you've seen both NDC and MPP, parliamentary candidates, members of parliament who come from Galamsey areas, very quiet, shy about the fight against illegal mining. Because what they would tell you is that the local economy of that area is controlled by the illegal miners. Touch them, you're out of power. So that leaves us with other factors. Off air, I can mention names to you, and you'll be surprised.
But remember, just a second.
Yeah.
Having said that, though, you cannot ignore this map I just drew around. I need to do it again. You cannot ignore it.
Right.
That in the areas that our Galamsey heat map shows, Galamsey is, and the darker shades are all packed in here. Across the country, there are some, all packed in here. If I take this off, and I'm going to come back to it, and I pull back 2020 right now, 2024 as we speak, and activate my pen, the circle that I put there stays and automatically captures for you a green wave in those areas.
So let's do something.
Something is happening you can't ignore has a direct correlation with the Galamsey that is happening.
We can actually begin to take the constituencies one after the other.
We will. We're actually going to drill down.
What you would see is that some of those constituencies where Galamsey is actually predominant are originally NDC seats. Very few of them have flipped. Let's go to the Western region. You can go check Christiahoni Valley, Amenfi East, Amenfi West, Amenfi Central. All these seats are held by the NDC. So what happens is that Takwan Swayim, one that has flipped, Mpoho has flipped, Wasa East is already...
Let's do another thing.
Yes.
We have the capacity to show this pictorially, instantly. So this is 2024.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep this demarcation I've done, right? I'm going to keep it there, and I'm going to use 2024. I'm going to do 2020.
Okay.
2020. To see if we see any blues here or greens here, just to show if what you're saying is true. Just bear with me. So I'm just going to activate. This is now 2020. We're keeping an eye on this area. Okay. So you see the blues here? Blues here, blues here. Let me activate the pen again to cover the area. So we see...
It was more blue than...
It was more blue.
No, hold on a second.
It was more blue in 2020.
Today,
it's more green.
No, but you're actually looking at...
It's more green. Because you look at here, all this area here, it's all turned green.
No, you're looking at, so in Western North, for instance, the NPP held on to Bebiani Ariaso Bekwai, Sefiri also, and for instance, Sefiri Akontombra. Sefiri also is Kweku Efriye's seat. Kweku Efriye is one person who'd been contesting in Sefiri also, one man who's used this practice to help the people, one man who's loved by the people of Sefiri also. The NPP would have known that, after Kweku Efriye, it was going to be difficult for them.
But those are a specific story.
And I'm telling you that, I'm making the point that, so this is 2020, watch this.
This is 2020.
In the Western region.
This side of it.
What you see is green.
Yeah, but there are greens here.
And it's still green in 2020.
But the blues are now less
but the blues,
in 2024.
But you see,
in 2024,
the blues in...
I'm going to do it again. In 2024, and pull it back.
That's because...
That's the picture.
Let me show you
and the camera needs to show this because this sort of tells the story. All this area when I showed, just a second, all this area when I showed were blue. You see a lot of blues here. I'm going to do it again. All these areas used to be blue, and I'm going to show it again. I'm going to take it off. This is 2024 as we speak. And I'm going to come back to 2020, activate the pen. This area here, a lot of blues. A lot of blues.
Okay, so...
Just a second. I just want to show it again. A lot of blues. And then you take it off. You come back to now.
2024.
Activate the pen.
Yeah.
Watch this.
I mean, definitely something has happened.
Watch this for a
And these
minute.
are all Galamsey areas.
Hold on a minute.
One more. Forgive me, one more. The reason why we are doing this is that these are all Galamsey areas. I'm going to still keep the demarcation.
So just keep
and
that.
activate the Galamsey heat map. Again, Samson's point. Activate pen. So when you track it, something has happened.
No, let me just show you. So go back.
Let's go back.
Go back. Go back to 2020, and I just show you something. So this is 2020 that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're talking about, say, the Bono areas, for instance. Areas that have been lost by the NPP, for instance. Okay? Go to 2024 where you're showing, and you're saying, okay, so that's the heat map.
So
now, bring it.
2024?
Yeah, 2024.
As we speak now?
Yeah, 2024, yes.
The current situation.
Okay, so in 2024, this area in the Ashanti region is still, some of the areas are still NPP. You're making reference to, say, the Ahafo and Bono areas.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know, for instance, that there was an independent candidate in, say, Sunyani East? Mm-hmm. How many of us haven't said, for instance, here, that if you hold on to power since 2004 and your minister was the Labour and Employment Relations Minister's name, you're likely to lose your election? We've talked about all of those things. What I'm saying...
But nobody is saying...
Yes. So what
everybody wins election with only one factor. Or loses with only one factor.
What I'm saying is that...
But you can't discount the Galamsey.
What I'm saying is that we cannot drill it down to Galamsey. Because...
Not only that.
No, not only that. Remember that.
Yes.
We've done all the analysis.
Yes.
And then something says, let's isolate the Galamsey conversation. And let's see its impact. All we did was to say, let's again then, based on this argument, isolate the Galamsey communities. Mm-hmm. And let's put a ring around it. And let's track what has happened.
Whether there's any correlation at all.
And then you begin to see it shows. We're saying that there are other, if you drill down to the communities, there'll be other factors.
Factor will but be the minimum factor in there.
Well, I don't think so.
Well, you can, and something says let's do a research. But I tell you, if you're to do a research in these areas, the Galamsey factor, the Galamsey factor could be a major factor in Greater Accra. That I wouldn't dispute it. But when it comes to the mining areas themselves, and as a person who comes from a mining area, I go to the constituency and I talk about illegal mining and I say, we cannot be doing this. Everybody you speak to, MPP, NDC, neutral, you hear one thing. And remember, we have disputed the claim that the NPP lost in Galamsey areas in 2020, for instance. That whole approach that...
There's some concerns that it holds true, but not as it was projected.
Says, oh, we lost in this place because we were trying to fight Galamsey. You would have seen that the NPP had problems in those constituencies as a result of even the primaries of 2020. So that whole conversation about the fact that they lost... For instance, when you talk about Pristia-Huni Valley, there was a problem in the Pristia-Huni Valley constituency of 2016 when Blay and Wisdom Kujo were fighting as to who should represent the party. The NPP's Barbara Otin-Jesse comes in and wins it. That particular area, since 2008, had become an NDC stronghold. So the point I am making is that if you say, oh, in Greater Accra, because the government failed to fight it, the people punished the government. One of the factors, in addition to the economic factors, reasons. In those areas, for instance, what I can show you, what I know because of the discussions I've had with people from those areas, and some of the people who have won in those constituencies, who themselves are engaged in it, I am convinced that if there's any impact from Galamsey, it will be the minimum. If we rate them, it will be the least in those areas.
And I guess it reinforces part of Samson's point then, that the NPP, they miscalculated in coming to the conclusion that you're not, when we're campaigning, we were hurting their chances. If the Galamsey was not that a big deal for people,
so I agree.
Why did they make such a big deal of the campaign?
I don't even think it was a miscalculation. It was deliberate. Who were the people who were telling us these stories? And the same people informed the thought. First, the minister responsible for mining, lands and mining. First thought. Secondly, the Minerals Commission boss. None of them. Thirdly, the minister's deputy who's also lost his seat. None of those people ever showed any evidence of that. I kept having this conversation with them. That let's not act like people who are doing hearsay in this conversation. Show me, is it Pop Sensuamen's study? Is it the Academy of Arts and Sciences own? Is it the gentleman from Legon Hall who's done a lot of study across these mining areas for almost 4 decades? Show me which of them backs this claim. And if you saw the comprehensive document that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences broke together, it took every single area where there was mining happening in this country, disputed this claim, economic impact, and all of the other analysis involved in there. But it was reduced to, and it kept on being repeated. They threw about numbers that were not having any basis at all. If you challenged it, all that they said was that within us, we've done our own work on that. No basis. It then formed foundation for a conversation in this republic, which then made it look like we can never get rid of the pollution of your water bodies and even the forest reserves in this country because it's so critical to people's lives. And later on, and people, it was is it 48 or 58-page document from the Academy of Arts and Sciences, varied expertise, varied competence, years of work that spans more than 4 decades. And yet, we pushed all of those things aside and pretended that some government officials had extraordinary insights, plus some members of parliament claiming, a few of them, the likes of Kwame and Yimadu could boldly say, I am telling you, and I've had that conversation with him consistently. In the Galamsey areas, I didn't lose. Who said I lost? I was still fighting Galamsey. That's what he was saying, that he didn't sleep. In fact, he was still directing the people to go there. Sometimes the military, if you tell them to go, they don't even go. But we gave it as some form of ruse for us to continue the destruction of our water bodies, justified it by ourselves, and moved on. And subsequently made policies based on our own justifications to the point that we were dismissive of all of the other proper evidence that should have backed policy in this country. Then we come full circle. That's the interesting part. We come full circle. They say, oh, I don't know whether they'll still be saying that, oh, we lost in these areas because we were fighting Galamsey. Because we all know that there was no fight on Galamsey at all.
That story,
it's a fact. We all know
that story is gone now.
That was a joke.
But I know why I'm happy, Sam. I'll come back to you. Sam, you know why I'm happy about this outcome? The NDC now knows that it is better to deal with the problem because you make the point that Greater Accra, you have a national population of 80 million voters that you have to account for.
That's right.
In dealing or not dealing with the Galamsey, depending on your position on the matter and how aggressive you are, you have to account to 80 million people who all across the country will be casting your ballot.
That's right.
And if your thinking is that you're going to focus on these small areas here who you think they are Galamsey, and so they may vote for you, pause for a second. Yeah. Because the rest of the country, the rest of all of us here, those 80 million people, will teach you that there's a bloodbath coming. If you focus on this tiny minority of communities because you want to please them, because they are Galamseyers and they punish you. The rest of the people will punish you even more.
Exactly.
And that for me is the message that this sends.
So like I stated, when it comes to Greater Accra, I can agree that there are people in the Greater Accra region who would look at the government's approach to fighting illegal mining and say, you know what, I'm going to punish you for that. Because you look at it and say, because you know what, Raymond, I was in a mining area and I was explaining to people the effects of illegal mining. When I said, the children that you have today, some of whom have, their eyes on their forehead, it's as a result of the heavy metals. One said, oh, you're a Bosumba. And like, how do you think that is Bosumba? And that I showed what Professor, I think Sampany had said, that a lot of the males today have low sperm and everything because of illegal mining. And it was like, oh, really? Then we have to stop. But the point is that in those areas, it's a conversation they all have. And they will tell you how they get money out of it. But in Accra, it could be an impact. Because, look, later on, if we have time, we
do have time.
I can pull out my phone and share with you a conversation we're having, a research I've done with someone was sharing with me about why the NPP lost in the central region and in the Galamsey areas, the reasons they lost in 2020, which had nothing to do with Galamsey.
Yeah.
But all of it, let me just pull my phone.
Yeah, I mean, and Samson, once you do that, Samson, and I think that and Ken Ashigbe and everybody else will be watching this and they'll be absolutely excited about what is happening here. Absolutely excited. That the MPP, they've lost, so let's focus on them. They were focusing on these small communities. How many of them? And if you look at the Galamsey heat map, it doesn't really tell you that there are many. Look at the vast swathes of areas without Galamsey across the country. And yet the politician thinks that because of these tiny areas here and there and a few up north, we're going to kill everybody else.
And again, even that,
Genocide.
I'm not sure the politicians really cared about the small numbers in these areas more. I mean,
You're actually right.
Yes, what they cared about is the financiers. It reached the point, list the people, and we got to know them. Who are the people with these concessions? Who are the people who are funding?
A lot of them are
projects?
politicians, actually.
Yes.
Or financiers.
Or they are, yes, politicians, they are financiers, and everybody connected to them. They were protecting their own. They were pretending to be acting in the interest of the people in these communities. Oh, let's refine it for their own good. Let's try and do all of these conversations that they've been doing, that a crackdown will not work out magic. The same people tell you crackdown will not work out magic. Do you think that they were ever interested in this so-called military deployment? It's because to them, and when we saw the list of people who are taking forest reserves, it is the reason why the executive president of this country told us that a company that's perpetuating illegality in a forest reserve was no longer perpetuating the illegality, i.e., it's not an issue again. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
He established
all the crime had
a
been committed.
distinguished lawyer by all standards and qualifications, established a statute bar on criminality, and said, let's move on with our lives because what's not happening, which was not even the reality on the ground, though. It's because it was inherently the issue.
There's something that's a bit refreshing for me and gives hope. The Ghana coalition against Galamsey, you have Kena Shigbe there, you know, this accomplished ex-banker Frank Edu, Yawen Sako, the Darobosus, they are all in this thing. And what they did, whilst the campaign, in the heat of the campaign, what they did was to get these politicians to commit, to undertake, to fight Galamsey and do it seriously. Okay? Because we know what happened eventually. When the TUC had the best opportunity, organized labor had the best opportunity to force the hand of government to do something concrete, they decided to call off their strike. And once they did that, government gave the promise that it was going to undertake a number of, actions. It just went back to sleep, did absolutely nothing about it. So they have secured the commitment of some of these presidential candidates, and we will be looking to what John Mahama will do as far as that commitment is concerned.
And
of course, he has his own promise
as DC, to which I would serious.
He has his own promises too that he's made, that we must be holding him to them. But I will also suggest to the political parties, now it's no more campaign period. You have one. You are going to be in the driving seat to make sure that the threat that Galamsey, poses does not continue. Be humble enough, be open enough and accept some of the suggestions from the other parties. If it is Alan Chairman's suggestions you want to take, fair enough. But I say, if you look at Dr. Bawumia's blueprint for this problem, there's a lot in there that the NDC will do this country well and good.
I know what
by picking those.
You know what you just said
to work with.
Also proves Bawumia's problem was Nanado. He was telling us what he is going to do if he becomes president. But people were dealing with the reality. The reality is that the man who was the boss didn't want to fight the thing.
But with respect, Bawumia's appointed Duka as, is it what they call it, mining sector, whatever, lead.
to his team.
With respect.
Yeah.
You can't convince me.
But you have a point.
You can't convince me that he's thinking any different from President Akufo-Addo on the matter.
Well, only because of Samson's reference to his blueprint.
If you say, Raymond, if you say Bawumia's problem is Akufo-Addo, I agree with you that his problem is Akufo-Addo, not because he couldn't implement the things he was promising, But because Akufo-Addo had mismanaged the economy, and most importantly, Akufo-Addo had neglected his own party members and focused solely, and I mean, he had focused more on a core team which consisted mainly of his own group or his family members. That is what and you've had conversations with NPP members today who are telling that they had to wait and feed on the scraps that the family members had left. That is why in all the constituencies you go to, you find that Dr. Bawumia is underperforming. In fact, there are constituencies that John Mahama reduces in votes. If he lost, say, 1,000 votes, Bawumia will lose 5,000 votes. And it tells you that this is so. It is actually...
Forgive me, I want to just draw the attention of our audience currently watching us, those listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, on our screens right now, live visuals from Kwabenya constituency, the Constituency Collation Center there. It looks like, from what our reporter tells us, that the EC may be ready to make an announcement. Whether it is a declaration, we don't know. Because that area there is now a subject of some controversy around the results as collated for the MPP and the NDC. This is going to be one of those very tight ones. And Kwabenya has a history of that. Adwoa Safo herself had to stand one time a request for recounting that led to her eventual win by, a close margin. In
2012, the entire Supreme Court pursuit started from Kwabenya.
Exactly.
Remember?
Yeah.
The declarations and the talk about.
And there's something that happened there last night. They had brought all the pink sheets there and thought that was all they had to work on. And then there were pink sheets that were coming in later in the night, right?
Yeah.
And the other guys, the NDC's guys, decided to block having those pink sheets.
Well, we got an interview with
Michael
Jr.
He explained that.
Okay.
He claims that the pink sheets that they brought, they are pink sheets given to them by the EC at the polling centers.
Which would be a duplicate.
Duplicates. And they were bringing it so that they can use that as a check on what the EC is doing in terms of the numbers.
Okay.
Right? And that when...
Which should not be different anyway.
Exactly.
If you give me a duplicate...
Exactly. So they have brought it...
But it was happening at the time that there was beginning to be a trend that led to a suspicion that where the NPP was losing, it was trying to cheat by bringing in foreign ballots.
So that's his explanation. Yeah. And that, of course, when the supporters of the NDC saw that they had pink sheets, they suspected, again, all because of what he says, they suspected that they were now attempting to introduce fresh pink sheets. Their people were attacked. They took the ballots from them, ran away. Since the police then sort of tracked the guys down and recovered some of the pink sheets and returned it. But they couldn't find all. But that was his explanation too.
But Evans Mensah, just before this point, anybody who's been part of this electoral process knows that I am presiding officer. I am the one traveling with the ballot boxes and the original sheet booklet. I've given you copies, right? There is no way you will have ballot box with you when you are coming in. Your pink sheet is to all intents and purposes, unless you are raising any concern or seeking to justify some discrepancy. It's irrelevant. I hope you get my point.
Yeah.
So how would we have a hold-up? Because you are not saying you are here to challenge the coalition. We can never have a hold-up. When you watch it all, when the ballot box has arrived, original pink sheets are already there, and the duplicate coming in, which is immaterial, because a coalition officer's interest is first and foremost that of the officer who is the presiding officer and what he brought.
Yeah.
What they do is that these agents follow the presiding officer. They can't have pink sheets at home. Those pink sheets were all from the polling station. We all moved together to the collation center. So this story is a bit strange, because there's no way you could have left yours in the car or somewhere in your house for you to later on go and bring it back to come and
But the other thing about all this hold up within the collation centers,
it's
for
strange.
me, it's almost like a security disaster. Okay? Where you had the police and we had the army in places where during the day we didn't need them.
At polling stations.
Yes, at polling stations. And all of a sudden, voters took over polling stations and the army was nowhere to be found. The collation center and the police was what? Disabled, completely incapacitated.
So Allah told
to
them
the point that
ran away.
These people held the process to ransom.
How? The people who are supposed to protect the place, they ran away.
No, they need to reinforce they didn't have.
You live to fight another day.
Of course, I mean.
No!
You live to fight another day.
But she also said that they needed reinforcement they didn't have in the
Sorry, the journalist stays to report.
Hold on.
The journalist stays to report, but the security man runs away.
Really? No, she also said she took cover.
But that's
Imagine.
very close to the police training depot.
Yes!
That's the collation center.
Oh, but it's a training depot.
No! But what?
The election task force must account for this.
Yeah.
IGP Dampare and his team must account for this. Because in the evening, actually, he was going around visiting some of the polling stations or the collation centers.
Yeah.
What happened in the, is it this central, Ayawaso, right?
Yeah. Is that Ayawaso West?
Must be Ayawaso Central, where they destroyed...
Okaikwe Central?
Okaikwe Central. Where they were destroying the papers and other things, including chairs, of course, including machines that were being used, laptops. We're destroying all of them. I kept asking myself, but where is the police? Where is the army that was all over the place where they were not needed? Then we heard the stories in, Damongo and the other places where now people are touching.
Even in Banda. You remember?
Buildings.
Yes.
How is that happening?
Yeah, I mean, I get a sense that, I mean, the way the police sometimes operate is you protect life and property first. So sometimes when the people attack, you have to call reinforcement. But the military, as we said, we've seen them. There was actually a video of the military guys, well armed, arrested some guys with AK-47 during the night. But I know from what I've heard that the IGP and his team, they'll track the people down.
Evans, can I share with you this thing?
You want to go back to it?
No,
but let's do that because we'll keep the visuals on our screen for Don Kwabenya so that we don't miss anything when the EC is about to declare. But let's go back to the issue about the Galamsey.
So this is something that, and we talked about the 2020 says. I've heard several commentaries in the media attributing the NPP's losses in the 2020 parliamentary elections to the fight against Galamsey, and I beg to differ. I don't have his permission to mention his name. If he gives me the permission, I'll mention his name. This is because a critical look at the constituencies involved reveals that most of them did not have Galamsey activities at all. Some of them didn't have. And it says, let's look at Central Region. Go through the list of constituencies in the Central Region, which lost, and see how many of them had Galamsey on. Most probably only Upper Dentra could be cited. The seats lost are these. Odobin Braka, which had Emmanuel Thompson as its member of parliament, his problems in that constituency, for instance. Then the Asin North, contested by Abna Drua Mensa. We know that Abna Drua lost. Now, in an area like Ewutu Senya West, George Anda, he didn't lose because they were doing Galamsey, and the government went to fight Galamsey in his area, for instance. Then he talks about Barbara Asher AEC, who was a deputy minister at the time in Cape Coast North. She didn't lose because the NPP was fighting Galamsey in that area, for instance. Okay? Then Guma West Alex KK Aban was also not successful. These people are not areas that there was Galamsey. Something to get the point.
Yeah.
So but the Galamsey areas, we have had people in the Galamsey areas themselves complain about the suffering, complain about the harm that was being done to them as a result of Galamsey. And you are discounting that.
No, I am not discounting. I'm telling you that the NPP did not lose 2020. They didn't lose seats in the Central Region because of its fight against Galamsey.
You said Galamsey will be the least,
but that
and not important in the factor that led to the kind of green revolution we have seen in the Galamsey area.
No, I have told you that if it was Galamsey, they wouldn't be voting for a Galamseyer to replace a government that has not fought Galamsey. I am telling you that if you say in Greater Accra, the government lost because of its lack of a fight against Galamsey, I can agree. But I wouldn't agree, and I say it will be the least in those areas because some of the people who won are themselves involved in Galamsey.
And we cannot say that without any caveat that the people who won are themselves people named Dick in Galamsey.
Some.
Yes, so I mean, fair enough. But I still believe that we heard some of these people.
Yeah.
Erastus went round, spoke to some of them on Newsfile. We engaged with some of them on our various platforms, and they kept complaining. They were becoming aware. You know, the Kenashigbe and his team went round. They were educating these people, the pastors, okay, the charismatic group.
Yeah.
They went to these places to organize prayer meetings. The people became aware. And of course, it didn't have to take anybody to tell them that they were giving birth to babies who had deformities.
Yeah.
It didn't take anybody to tell them that they were drinking poison to death. And still, they were the poorest of the poor. So they had issues.
There is a for example, there's Galamsey happening in the Ashanti region. For example, we know that for sure. That's
I mean,
right?
but that's not in doubt. Let's show it. That's
Yes.
plenty. Look at
Yes.
that. Look at that area here.
You choose the darkest area.
Yeah, the darkest area. This is
in the Ashanti region.
So here, you're talking about this side here.
Yes, and select the constituencies with some of the darkest. You just
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to see the votes what do you want to see so that I can do it for you?
When you highlight that,
Okay.
you can break those constituencies. And again,
wait, let me do that. So that's the Galamsey heat map. This is the Ashanti region area here.
Yeah.
With the Galamsey.
See, if you choose Achuman Ponia, for example, if you decide to choose, say, what is Kwame Enyimadu Entry's constituency?
Ashanti Central.
Yes, the Ashanti Achem belt.
Okay.
There isn't a single constituency where every part of the constituency Galamsey is happening. Constituencies have electoral areas. So there may be Galamsey happening in, say, 3 or 4 towns within the constituency.
You're talking about this area here?
Yes. Okay. That does not mean that the entire constituency is actually having Galamsey all over the place.
And you're right, because
and it's important.
If you, and you're right. So let's go into here. Let's go into one of them. This is Ashanti, right?
No, yeah.
Mansour Dubia. There are 35 towns.
Yeah.
So it's not the entire area.
Even
but that's the deepest.
In this one.
Yeah. And then you have Mansour in Kwanta.
Yes, another major
25 towns.
Look, but the impact of these 25 towns, the Galamsey areas on the entire constituency will be enormous.
I agree. I'm not disputing that.
You have one in Etrima, Kwabenya South.
So,
just one.
So, for example, I agree that...
Even Bekwai, we have 5 towns that do Galamsey.
When you go to, say, Etrima, and a single town has Galamsey, it would be erroneous to suggest that that single town's vote, if all of them fought government or this purported fight, if they fought the purported fight or believe the purported fight, that's why they voted against government, they will lose there, first and foremost. Secondly, we know that there are so many reasons for which anybody will choose to either vote for or against government. That one, it's without doubt. The other point, though, is that there are constituencies when you go in there, the Galamsey towns are not as relevant as the other areas. And they may not even be the major towns in the area. So their votes will not be the predominant one, even if they voted against the people.
Yeah.
But the impression was created, and that is what really hurt me, that these Galamsey areas were so untouchable.
You're right.
That they were the majority of us in this country, no matter what happened, they would rule, and that the MPP would lose. And see, the painful part is minister, deputy ministers, and even heads of minerals commission, people we are giving regulatory responsibility, were the one piloting this, telling us that no, you can't go there. To the extent that whenever you propose anything, they were the ones to first stand up against, and people are supposed to be fighting Galamsey.
Yeah.
We're the ones coming up telling you that it is not possible. They are not fighting it, but they are opposed to every proposal. From the, what was the name? The declaration that, we asked for some ban, right? They said it was not possible. Why blanket? Why all of the, in fact, when they even said they should declare some
state of emergency,
they became legal experts all of a sudden, and people are not fighting it all. So they were just bent on protecting their own. End of the conversation. And they knew the people who were involved. And they were not even the ordinary people who were in the pits. They were more interested in the kingpins. And we saw the kingpins on the list that we had. Show me how many of those big boys, included me, were not on the list, or any of the people who were sitting in the pits? It was just another unconscionable attempt by the state to make sure that they prioritize the interests of a few, contrary to that of the majority in the country.
Yeah. Have you heard the party people who are talking about the need to remove Wontumi as the chairman of the Ashanti region because he hijacked it and everything he represented?
On the back of this bloodbath.
Yes, everything he represented actually, rubbed off badly on the NPP.
But sorry,
but how come the NPP?
When we were in Kumasi, one of the respects you'd always guarantee the NPP was that they had a certain quality of people being leaders at regional levels. So you could list the people over history.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the NPP has the likes of Wontumi as leader. Just because he had money, everybody in this country pretended that was okay.
And listen to this.
And it was so shocking. You could not even raise it because if you raise it, so what? Why
and
do you
the president was the one who defended him when he was caught by the state involved in the illegal business. He was reported to the police,
in Ghana,
and the police did absolutely nothing.
Samson, you know Osei Kwame Prempeh.
Correct.
Yes.
Former member of parliament of Nsuta Kwaman Beposo. Girl boss. Former deputy attorney general of the Republic of Ghana. Went into a contest to become Ashanti regional chairman of the NPP and lost to Wontumi.
How is that even possible?
Well, it was possible in 2014.
He's a former deputy attorney general.
Former deputy attorney general.
And
he had just finished serving 4 terms as member of parliament and decided to step down. He stepped down on his own. Said, I'm not contesting again in the 2012 election. Then he says, I want to serve my party as Ashanti regional, chairman. It was around that time that Wontumi, presented an office to the NPP.
True.
And at the time, he was 36 years.
Wow.
Oh, yes. He beat the man.
But we know the despicable monetization that went into their internal processes to the point that, is it Alfred Obeng came public.
He lost, by the way.
He came public.
Where is this?
That's Baby Sobeka.
Yes, he came public to say
in
that
Western North.
He had saved money in dollars to buy delegates. He was going to pay each delegate 10,000, and if his contenders didn't back off, he was willing to do even 20,000. I did something stake on this matter, and I said, NPP, if you're serious, at least you must call this guy to order. Publicly condemn his conduct. Dissociate yourself from him. Nobody bothered. What do you want the people to think?
Samson, so let's go there. Let's go to his constituency and see whether this gives you any solace. Whether this gives you any solace. So this is 2024. And I have the pleasure of announcing to Samson that the man that you did the take on lost the seat. So rightly, the voters...
The margin is even small.
Yeah, you wanted a bigger one, right?
But I was talking about the internal processes that got Wontumi to be able to beat Osei Prempeh.
That's fine. But you can do that. What Ghanaians are saying is that
the monetization was ugly.
Yeah,
you and I saw it on television.
It was.
They were handing
but why were they doing that internally? Because they wanted to win this.
Yes.
Right? They were doing that because they wanted to win. He did all that. And when it came to the people rejected him. All his dollars he saved was because he wanted to win this. And Ghanaians have said to him emphatically, well, it's close, but he still lost. Considering that in 2020, he won.
Yeah.
He won by Raymond. You see the difference?
Yeah. 61%.
Yeah.
And in
61%.
He actually beat, at the time, the Western North minister.
Yeah.
Kingsley Abuajijedu. He beat him in the primaries.
So some say, this should give you some solace. The man has been punished by the people.
Yeah.
He's going home. The beauty of this, they would have taken some of the dollars too. The people who voted against him, the Ghanaians who...
To be frank with you, I'm excited about this. I mean, I'll be very frank with you. I'm excited about this. I'm excited that Andy Appiah-Kubi, who publicly said that he knew the man who came to Parliament with money to bribe them over Ken Ofori-Attah's removal, and yet will not cooperate with the special prosecutor. He just called the special prosecutor's bluff. I won't come there and tell you anything. He shows up and he doesn't cooperate. Zero cooperation. And yet he was being hailed around the place.
Yeah.
So I am so excited that eventually he got kicked out.
There should be consequences. We must have consequences for sort of actions you're talking about.
That's right.
The ultimate consequence for a politician is at the ballot box, in the ballot booth. When a guy goes there to go and cut, that's
Most
where
India conscience, they resign on their own.
Yeah, exactly.
Elsewhere,
Yeah.
conscience dictates
they don't have it.
when you resign.
They don't have it.
And Alfred Boateng was in LLB class with me anyway.
Well,
Yes, we
they don't
sat
have
in
it.
class
So the
together.
ultimate consequence, you deliver it when you cast your ballot. And we are seeing all across the country that Ghanaians were delivering the consequence in hefty measures. For people like Alfred Obeng, for people like Diapia Kubi and co., they are, but of course, when is the thing of sweep? Oh, let me go to Samson's home constituency in Greater Accra, because there's something else that something started with
We've been looking forward to that for a very long time.
that we haven't done. So I'm going to open this up.
And home constituency is Wasa East.
No. Okay, your constituency of residence.
Yes.
Your constituency of residence.
That's right.
So let me bring that up. Sometimes if you find that constituency, just call my attention to it. This is somewhere in
I've seen
Ablikimo
it.
West.
Close to the...
It's right there. Right there.
Right there.
Green.
Yeah. Okay. And this is the Esla Ewusu Ekufo downfall from grace to grass. And Samson, so she lost 26,575 is all the powerful, all-conquering Esla Ewusu Ekufo. Oh, goodness. Don't do this to me. Come back here.
Esla.
Esla.
Yeah.
Come back here, Esla. Here we go. That's all she could master in that part.
Right.
I need a yellow. Okay, good. That's all she could master there. 45.5%. As against the NDC's 31,866. 54.5%. Something, I'll leave this to you.
And you remember I was telling you the story about how she's been the MP since 2012, right?
Yeah.
And she then gave a promise publicly that she will not go for this particular term because there was this gentleman in their party, Ronnie Nicole, who had also, tried many times and then went in as an independent and then eventually, came in to support her. And she said she wasn't going. And Ronnie Nicole was ready. And a good number of the youth in the party, as I understood it, were now beginning to rally behind Ronnie Nicole. Then suddenly, she changes her mind and says, well, I'm interested. I'll go anyway. And the race internally became very, very difficult.
But there's something you said at the beginning. Arrogance of power.
Right.
How much of that do you think played a part in this defeat? Because nobody, well, she may lose, and she didn't just lose by a tiny margin, some of the hundreds there. She lost thousands there. You're talking about 4,000 possibly.
On the question
over
of
3,000
on the question
votes.
of arrogance of power is very loud in the constituency against her. Because, see, the thing she has done in the last just 2-3 weeks in the constituency, she shouldn't be losing.
Recovery.
She shouldn't be losing. The thing she has done in the last month or two within the constituency, places that were broken, drains that needed to be fixed and all of that, she's moved in quickly and fixed them. You would have seen that in the last 2 months, she's been around the Bechele area, where they had issues with the sea, seeking to eat into their area and so on. And she's been there. She's gone there with Kojo Nkrumah and the rest of them, promising them that, look, we are clearing this, we are doing that, just confirm me, retain me, and we will continue to, make sure that these problems are solved for you. And I was talking about some of the roads, the the roads that have not been done, where she has smoothing almost every corner. She's smoothing them and brought, gravel to spread on some of them and improved it. Proved it. I don't think that even Kwekuado will be able to marshal the cloud in his party to match up with Esla. So why did she still lose and lose by that margin?
People were just tired, you say, of her arrogance.
And there's celebration in the constituency.
You say even among MPs?
Among her own people. What she did to Ronnie Nicole, they never forgave her. Yeah.
How the mighty had fallen, Raymond?
Frankly, I had a soft spot for Esla way back. In 2015, I did a documentary on women's representation in politics. And showing how people have featured strongly in that. And of course, this was also around the time that the affirmative action thing had botched. And I was particularly happy that such a woman was in Parliament. She is astute, she speaks well, she can defend herself, and all of that was important to me. I think the downside to Esla was pretty much when she was also Minister for Communications. For this broadcasting space, Esla was bad news. Let's not pretend about it. You can ask Giba.
Yes.
Yes, she was complete bad news. That, I don't know when she's leaving office, but I'm sure she's one of the people that they ought to owe the party on her exit. I'm not disputing that. From how do you call it, wasteland conversations, through to her engagements and through to the Kano GVG period, through to SIM registration, SIM re-registration.
The 5G contracts.
And all of the other conversations. Yes, but the 5G was expected on November 1. I don't know if it's still happening. We are in December. Esla also had positives, but I wasn't shocked. Now, I knew that somebody had informed some members of Parliament. Half of those members of Parliament were made, and that's a study that I think is required, were made ministers or deputy ministers about the potential of their losing and the grievances in their constituencies. She was one of them. So after the wrap-up, last-minute wrap-up, the data that she and others were exposed to suggested that you needed to do something before it's too late. So they wrapped up. But any member of Parliament who is so distant from the people and does not care and rallies last-minute support for the people is disrespecting the people.
Yeah.
And again, if she
reflective of an
intended,
attitude.
if her plan to step down and not to go again in 2024 was because she was nursing a vice presidential ambition, you must ask why that became something that was too far
Beyond her
to
reach.
reach. Yes, that was so beyond her reach. At the point, she had to go back to the constituency and stay there and say, I want to continue to be MP.
So
That tells a story.
It does.
So if you wait for data to now tell you, independent research in your constituency tell you, and inform government that you are becoming very unpopular, and you now marshal resources and become the good boy and start to, people see through that. People are not stupid people. They know that when you genuinely care for the people and you are doing what is right, or when you are doing last minute rounding up. And I'm saying she was still minister. There are some of them, including Winston's MP, who subsequently got ministerial positions because the hope was that it would help them maintain the seat. I know Winston's own lost. I've been seeing some of the other people that lost positions too. I can list some of them. I don't know whether that's the bigger picture across the country. But what I take from this is that you can't take the people for granted for so long. The last minute, seek to throw freebies and other things at them with the hope that that will turn the tide in your favor. Well, if it worked some years ago, I think people are beginning to wake up and understand that the power belongs to them, and that if you fail in your responsibility, it would hurt you and your ambition.
I just mentioned to you that the project she's done in that constituency, I doubt that Reverend Kwekuado will match up.
Yeah, well,
because she's doing them with her clout.
it's actually respectful, to stay away. And this is the point. When politicians assume that they can stay in office, and whenever it's time for elections, start projects, make reference to it. Why? Didn't John Mahama commission the Circle interchange before the 2016 election? Did he not commission the Kaswa interchange?
Yeah.
Because when I was going to vote in 2016, for instance, I drove on the Kaswa interchange. Did he not do that before he lost? Did he not tell us about all the projects he went around commissioning hospitals? There was a whole documentary as Commissioner General, but still lost the election. And when we talk about the second-term cares, and the NPP repeated the same thing.
There's something happening from the screens. There's something happening in Kwabenya now, and we'll get that. Okay. It looks like the EC is about to announce the results, declare the results, parliamentary level in Kwabenya. And that's why you saw that we've taken off, because there's a movement there. My colleague, Blessed Soga, will join us and give us some context to it. We'll get him on the line just so that we build into this, because that area is going to be very controversial. And we are setting up now for that to happen. You stay with us, because we'll bring you that as it happens in real time from Kwabenya, one of the controversial areas. Again, if it falls to the NDC, it will be one of the biggest shocks, of this election season. In addition to, of course, the ESLA case we're talking about.
But the ESLA case I was talking about. And look, it was obvious. ESLA was riding on the back of the NPP. So this is a seat that ESLA was winning because the NPP was the popular party. The moment the NPP became unpopular, you have to then look at it and say, can I do it? Can I actually bring my popularity to help my party? Unfortunately, there was no way ESLA was going to do that. On a one-on-one level, she would come up sometimes as a very nice person. But you don't go to sleep and show up 6 months to an election doing everything that you could have done in 12 years and expect that people would vote
for you. Another area I want to go.
So you see, I do not only advocate for equity or equality, so to speak, but I also like to practice it. So in 2020, when I voted in this constituency, I voted president for Bridget Jugbanuku for the PPP. And I voted ESLA for parliament because I believe in the women agenda, okay? But you ask people and they can't give you a good reason why they should keep her in the constituency. And I'm serious about it. I was asking people, but the things she's doing in the constituency, you can't get anybody to match what she's doing now. And yet, see what they did to her.
The massacre there. Anyway, let's do one more. Very close to that same area. We're down at Blakuma West. Let's do a Blakuma Central. Our good old friend, Jefferson Saki, went into the context. And he was very, very upbeat about winning this because obviously he had resources.
Resources?
Yeah, he had resources.
He told he was being sponsored by the car, mechanics.
Abozokai?
Yes, he told you when he was sharing money at one point. And
he claimed that's where he was getting money from?
Yeah, he said they did it for him. Even some of the billboards,
yes.
Very
flashy,
flashy billboards. He said it was
Abozokai.
the mechanics who did it for him.
The mechanics were giving him money to go and
he's
share.
the man
No,
of
they
the
came
people.
together and mobilized cash and did the things.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and he's a man of the people. So it will not be far-fetched.
Okay, I see.
That is, if you are...
I really enjoy your sarcasm. Really. Yes, sarcasm. Like
So,
the Abozokai folks
it has
who were dealing with the depreciation of the city and importing stuff and the huge port charges. They still found money enough to give to somebody who works at the Jubilee House.
And the internal
share.
contest was very fierce.
Yeah.
And if you remember, it's one of the places where our cameras captured, you know, monies being given. You saw the delegates.
Envelopes.
Yeah.
They took food and they were taking double envelopes.
Yeah.
One envelope from Jefferson, one envelope from the other guy, and they were happy and showing the money to the whole world.
You know, when journalists are able to transcend this fear and get to be government officials and are not in the air-conditioned offices at the Jubilee House alone, but they are also with the people of Abosokai. They engage and they love them. And the people, despite their condition, still will give them their small amount of money to run a successful campaign and become candidates. We should be excited that that's happening. We should equally be excited. And I am sad that he lost this election. I was hoping that he would be one of the few people that transition from journalism and actually...
I expected him to win, though.
And succeed in
What's
winning...
the reason? I'll come and ask you why.
In winning seats like this. So it's a very sad day for me that he's won that. As for the support that you get from well-meaning Ghanaians, wherever they happen to be, despite their circumstances, if you have a good vision, like Jefferson had, if you're a man who is trusted, they will give it to you.
I mean, so he's a victim of the tsunami.
Well,
Yes, I think so.
he
The
is.
victim of the tsunami.
Because in my calculations, he appeared to be the better candidate.
Well, but Samson, this is the other point. And Samson, you know, listen, the NPP had lost in the 2020 elections. They had lost Ablekuma Central.
Yeah, they have.
And the NPP's reasons for losing Ablekuma Central, they said, was because that day, which was, I think was a Monday, and Akufo-Addo declared that day as a holiday. So, you know, the guys who were supposed to be there, as in the Abosokai
Yeah, they didn't go
guys,
to work.
They didn't go to work.
They don't live there.
And
They don't
so
live
it
there.
was the reason they lost. But this is the point. The Abosokai group had consistently been complaining
Yeah.
about the economic conditions.
Heavily battered.
They had said, today, you actually import. By the time it gets into the country and you're selling, and it is time to import again, the cedi depreciates against the dollar. And so what you have, the margins you made, goes back into buying dollars. You can't increase it to even match that up because people are not willing to buy. So I would agree with Samson. I don't know whether he was a better candidate.
And me.
But I would agree with Samson
And me.
that he may be a victim of the tsunami, but most importantly, is a victim of the non-performance of the NPP government. Because like I indicated yesterday, COVID-19, as much as the government says COVID-19 affected the economy, COVID-19 also presented an opportunity, an excuse for the NPP in the 2020 election to do a lot of things that helped them to win. The consistent reference to COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine angered a lot of people. Why? You came and told us that post-COVID-19, you had actually turned the corner and you had actually performed better than other countries were performing. And so it was because of your magic. Then by 2022, you look for another excuse. I think the depreciation of the Ghana cedi, that's a trading area. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, there are many of us who have had to import things. And there was a time I imported something. If I'd imported it a year earlier, I would have paid 40% the amount I paid for it.
Let's go live now. Let's go live now to the Ablekuma, not Ablekuma Central. Let's go live now to Dom Kwabenya and listen to the Electoral Commission announce the results.
The mic now.
Today is Sunday, the 8th of December, 2024. We have come to the end of the collation of the parliamentary election. The total valid vote cast for the parliamentary election is 102,634. Rejected ballots, 620. And the total vote cast, 103,254. And the individual votes, per candidate according to how they are arranged on the ballot paper. We have Michael Aaron Ni Okwe for 50,477 votes. Akurogo Faustina Electral of NDC for 51,634. Doranyapo for 224 votes. And Remy Papo Edmondson for 299 votes. Now, by the power invested in me, as a returning officer for Kwabenya Constituency, I declare Madam Akurogo Faustina Electral as the parliamentary candidate elect for Kwabenya Constituency. Thank you. The collation has not ended yet. We are still on it. By the grace of God, we'll end it tomorrow and the result will be announced. Thank you.
At long last, the battle is over. Ndasamifa Akwenya way, and the Munina Ase, Adwoa Meyi Echrameno, and Bru Madreso. Munimi Eshasifiti Anura, Ebesiane. Nyamishramu pa, nyamishramu. Kwabenya, ene, yafa yentuma pa afra. Choboy. Mesasu afa Kwenya we. Ada, a soldier for, a security for, any police for. Omo baye edi omo ahon de beta ye chi mesansu ada media for the nyina ase dudu no ye ni amu ehase enura na it has been a long day na me fa Akwenya we so asansu ada Mrs. Penny Honorable Sophia Akwaku ase Ono na otete me 2012 emra obaye no otete me sa na ne babedu impepesui iti asida kese eko emano eto subio me pese binda Honorable Mohammed Nuruddin Ase, the parliamentary candidate 2016 onusu di na hode the Bibia at the Atamechi in this political journey. Now, me person me fa Akwenya we so, and that executive constituency executive for Nina say, Titiu, your vice chairman, your wisdom, Amegbeji, your constituency organizer, Adam Agbenyefia, your woman organizer, Semira Tusabi, your deputy youth organizer, Joseph Kwame Adongo, any executives, Mr. Amadeka, Champagne, Anna, Auntie Grace, Mr. Kwabenya, we add all the ward coordinators, branch executives, Emra campaign Yase, Mujina Munde Dente, Nyame and Shamo, where she said, Domi Kwabenya, Isisaya Yashishano, Yansaka, the Minibaka who your election director, I would try a Jumadi at 2 Omoso, Omoni ye Kwaba, Titru, Eric Anyomi, Frank, Anna Agalga, ya Domunina Ase, Sir and Ne, ya Bedua Chris, ya Domunina Ase, na Mididi say, I feel way, and now next year, in put to Juma Yashisha Domi Kwabenya, a Beba Maye, as son says, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so Kwabenya, your president in waiting. I didn't put to Juma bread Domi Kwabenya for now the Yashisha Biano, a Beba Mamaye. Namin Shamunina, na Onyam Okesia. If I send me down all the Domi Kwabenya constituents, Asofo, imams, market women, Info, Medina for Mudima, one the better yechi, and the Munina, Yamisha Munina, no Yamunina Cassia, Medamunina,
Well, so there you have it. Domi Kwabenya, fully green now. It's now in the possession of the National Democratic Congress, and just gone by was Electoral Akurugu, who is now the Member of Parliament for the area. Well, so as you can hear, down, okay. So as you can see, it's now confirmed, and Electoral Akurugu is now the Member of Parliament for Domi Kwabenya. We're live on Joy News. This is your election headquarters, and just gone by was the MP, now MP for the area. It's now confirmed that Domi Kwabenya will fully become in the possession of the National Democratic Congress. She polled over 51,000 votes, just making it to the margin of 50%. The rule is 50% plus 1, and fortunately, she was able to make it through. And so Electoral Akurugu will now be the next MP, or is now the MP for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. I want you to have a feel of what's happening and what the supporters of the NDC have been doing here. It's been a long day, or a long night, as it must, I should call it, for the National Democratic Congress supporters who have been here since, and making sure that every single vote counts for them and goes in their favor. As you can see to my left now, the security team of the now incumbent MP, Electoral Akurugu, they are all now massing up and waiting to usher in the new Member of Parliament for Domi Kwabenya. But for those of you who are not aware about what happens in this area, this is typically an NPP-dominated area. You heard us speak to the NPP's parliamentary candidate, that's the Honorable Michael Kwe Jr., who was raising some concerns earlier about the process and how he believes that there were some anomalies. But all of that came to naught as the EC, or the Electoral Commission, proceeded and went ahead with the declaration for today. So it's now confirmed, but if you take a look at some of the votes as well, in terms of the rejected ballots. That's way ahead of the figure that the Progressive People's Party, for instance, got in this constituency. It's a very, very big constituency, and we must also point out that one of the observations is the issue of the low voter turnout, which didn't appear to favor the New Patriotic Party, because in most of their strongholds, voter turnout was significantly low. But for now, the NDC believes that it has a firm grip over this constituency and is going to be party all night, as you see the new MP being ushered out. Scores and scores of supporters of the NDC mustered up here for more than 17 good hours, and all they were doing was to ensure that they come here and make sure that each and every vote counts. That has been the challenge here. And of course, now it's all settled. The aim was to try as much as possible to douse the flame and to make sure that everyone goes home. Now the supporters say, well, arguably, they've made it. Their aim has been achieved. We're yet to hear officially from the New Patriotic Party as to what they will do, but it's now confirmed, and there's no two ways about this, that for now, until there's any other challenge, Electoral Makurugu has been confirmed as the Member of Parliament for Dome Kwabenya. That's the latest we have for you, Evans.
Yeah, and earlier I said if indeed the NDC takes Dome Kwabenya, it'll be one of the biggest shocks of this election season. And there you have it. It came to pass exactly as the NDC would hope. The MPP's candidate in that constituency, the son of the former Speaker of Parliament, Michael Quake Jr., had lost it. 50,477 votes is what he managed to get in that constituency. The NDC's candidate came in with 51,634. So Electoral wins Dome Kwabenya. And thankfully, I have two of my colleagues in the studio who live there. And I believe that Raymond votes there. Raymond, you vote there?
No, I've not established the vote yet.
Not yet, okay. So you live there?
Yes.
So this, I said, is going to be one of the biggest shocks, if indeed it happens. One, also because of the history of the constituency in terms of how massive, to the point where when the NPP attempted to oust their sitting member of parliament for Dome Kwabenya, and they pushed, there's the NDC guys in parliament who were actually protecting Sarah Adwoa Safo. They could do that because they were absolutely certain that if you take Sarah Adwoa Safo out of the equation, although she's an incumbent, and you put somebody else there, the place is so safe, we'll win it again. But as it turned out, Raymond, it appeared that Sarah Adwoa Safo factor may have also contributed to this defeat that the MPP is suffering there for the first time. Of course, there's a wave that is sweeping across the country. Guys, what do you make of this? First
and foremost, Adwoa Safo, even though she became unpopular in the constituency, between the last two elections, 2016, she had 68%. When she moved down to 2020, she got 58%. From 68, 58, a reduction in almost 10 percentage points. She was becoming unpopular. But I didn't conceive of the possibility that she would lose, or the NPP would lose this constituency, because it appeared a stronghold of the NPP. Dome, Kwabenya, Taifa, these areas tend to vote together. And I'm waiting to see the breakdown of the main electoral areas. and see whether or not there are those at the periphery too who vote whichever way they want. But the substantive areas have been known to all vote together massively for the NPP. Let's not get it wrong. In 2012, when the NPP wanted to make a case about some malfeasance in the elections, Dome was the main end. It was the big, in fact, they used the numbers there to establish the point that when she insisted on some collation or anything close to that, she got what she wanted, which was massive and needful. But some things have changed. For over the period as Adwoa Safo was member of parliament, and see, she's loved in the constituency without that. That's why when she was away, it was problematic. She's also loved because when it is those times where you wanted people to come out and campaign for you, Adwoa Safo was not just relying on MPP executives and people to campaign. Adwoa Safo had an entire church, the Christo Asafo Mission, backing her. And see, you would feel proper campaign when masses move into communities, when they are speaking to people across the board, when they are helping out whichever ways forward, when she's having this grouping backing her to do cleanup exercises, you'll think it's the entire community that's been playing out on this one.
So you guys, what was it? What exactly was it that was getting you guys vote for her? I don't get it, because to be frank with you, and to be very brutally frank with you, I saw her in Parliament and she was giving deputy majority leader, was it? Yeah. And then she was put into a ministry. And any time she got up to speak, anytime she got up to speak, I just saw the display of profound incompetence. So I didn't get what it was that was keeping her as an MP at the place. Sorry, but that she was massing so much votes in the place. Yes. And then eventually she was put in the, which ministry was it? Gender ministry, and then she went out, and they were still protecting her. In any serious country, she would have lost that job long ago. She was away for nearly a year, and she would have refunded monies to the states. In fact, and Parliament was condoning her, kept her there for all this while. When she was away, they had no explanation for anybody.
No, when she was away, there was explanation in the constituency. And I'm saying this because... Which was what happened? Say it again. See, they told us that the woman was taking care of her child outside. What all mothers are expected to do. In any case, Adwoa Safo being in Parliament and sitting as deputy whatever was not what was making the constituency prosperous. What the people were worried about was whether the projects of the market will continue, and many of these ones. And those projects, some of them were continuing, even when she was absent. So, I mean, it sounded bad when it became a public issue that people were talking about. But if you spoke to the people in the constituency, first and foremost, their loyalty to the NPP and also voting for Adwoa Safo. And also, there's a bit of it that we should also contain. When you bring in the Taifa conversation, where the Christo Asafo place was, where the father lived and all of that, I don't know any place in this country where there's a time a man who is not contesting to be president or be minister or member of parliament opens his doors. Anybody who wanted food to eat, anybody who wanted a gallon of drinks during the exhibition of the Christo Asafo Mission, they were actually getting. It had nothing to do with it. It was being done before Adwoa Safo became member of parliament. It continued. So as for genuine love, she got it because historically it flowed from that family and the church, and without doubt. What then became the problem along the line?
In Parliament, how was she representing her people? Anytime she spoke, you could tell how clueless she was about.
But why? We put together a member of parliament who never spoke. Women. There are so many MPs
of women that she had to speak to.
I get you, but there were so many MPs in Ghana's parliament that was today you don't know. You've never heard them speak before. Some of them will lose or win. You will never know. So it's not a big deal that Kwabenya had an MP who was working in the constituency but not working in parliament. Well, this is part of our developmental stage. I'm not condoning it. I'm saying that these are explanations they gave on the ground. Even when she was away, there were two schools of thought. And that one about, she's not representing us I'm saying there were projects that were continuing. Projects that she said she had lobbied for the area, and you could see evidence of the continuation. I'm not saying the market is completed. I'm not saying that many of these are also done even today. I think the problem was that Okwe put in even little effort compared to Adwoa Safo's absence. And we should be frank with ourselves.
I mean, he didn't campaign as aggressively as he should.
In my absence, on 2 different occasions, I was told the NDC candidate had come to my house. There was not a single time anybody in my household had told me Okwe had come to the house. Well, I mean, where was he campaigning? To be fair, where was he campaigning?
I saw him campaigning.
And yes, I'm saying me. Secondly, the established campaign plots in the constituency were also not activated. And I made reference to the Adwoa Safo links and the church and the relations with the family and all of that.
I thought I heard that
last
the
minute
delegation.
Yes, the last minute delegation, so-called. You see, people are not. Sometimes we should be fair. It's not everybody that buys into this because of politics. I'll do everything. Regardless of what agreement was established, I didn't still see the masses move out there to go and campaign. Adwoa Safo herself was following Bawumia.
Yeah, she was all
I don't recall seeing her actively campaigning for this man. When this man was recently asked, was Adwoa Safo campaigning for you?
But some of the NPP guys were protesting her being on the Bawumia campaign. Yeah, they were.
But yes, that's why she was actively campaigning.
See, this is the problem. I live around the...
You also live there?
I live in the headquarters. You know.
Oh.
Yeah. That whole
a constituency in Kwabenya. You live very far from the constituency.
But that is the Ghan East Municipal Assembly. Where the where the headquarters is at Abokobi.
Okay, so it's the point.
So don't worry.
Our constituency is called Kwabenya.
It doesn't matter.
They say that you live in the...
And the district is called Ghan East.
Because you live in the district headquarters.
So I decided to do a few things because in the course of... Okay, we're in Sunday. We're getting into Monday. Last week, I told some of my friends that I think Michael Okwe is going to lose this election in this constituency. And that was when we had that conversation about... Because apart from the day I saw him walking... The walk, yes, health walk with his guys. I had never seen him again. I saw the Elikem Akurugu team campaigning more than 15 times.
I see.
Consistently.
You're confirming Raymond's point. She came there twice to her home.
Consistently, I was seeing her team sharing, flyers. They were doing a lot of things. Now, the Abokobi electoral area has some 13,000 votes. The Abolaje electoral area has some 7,000 votes. The Agbogba electoral area has about 17,000 votes or so. Then you get to Wisconsin, you get to Hacho, which has 19,000 votes. By the time you get to Kwabenya, Atomic, 27,000, 25,000. But Eliklim's stronghold is around the Abokobi, Agbogba areas. Taifa South, Taifa North, 13,000. You get the votes there when you're going to Kwabenya. These are NPP strongholds in the constituency. Mike Okwe lives around Hacho. 19,000 electoral, that's the electoral area. The challenge with Ghana is that we don't have electoral area votes. But I'm sure if we begin to do the tabulation, if we go for the pink sheets, as the EC did, we can actually begin to look at it and see where he may have lost or won it. This is the point. You're contesting in a constituency which is seen as Christo Asafo's constituency. So if you beat Christo Asafo's daughter to an election, mind you, Adwoa Safo contested Professor Michael Okwe in the primaries of 2007, 2008.
True. Small girl.
She was less than 27 years and she contested. So by the time the good old professor was leaving, she automatically won it. Michael Okwe didn't do much.
Yeah, but there's a point that you just raised. Yeah. I mean, Sarah Adwoa Safo was relying on the dominance and strength of the father.
Yes.
But you also have Michael Okwe, whose father is equally a very strong figure there from our MP.
In fact, I was going there. I had indicated that Electraw's stronghold is the Abokobi, Ablaje, Agboba, that enclave. That is also where Michael Kwe is. So you, Michael Kwe, you can actually win primaries. You can get people from that side supporting you. But when it comes to the main vote, you know automatically you have to go and look at the NPP stronghold. But if you can't get the NPP stronghold, what you then have to do is either you try and get the NPP stronghold, or you come into your opponent's stronghold and try to fight and get a few.
But he's an NPP candidate. Why can't he get NPP stronghold?
Because everyone has indicated that already, so I don't have to, read it. That is seen as Adwoa Safo's constituency.
Yeah, but that should be a given.
It is not a given. Michael Kwe's response when Blessed asked him, has Adwoa Safo been supported? So go and ask her. That was so unnecessary. We all knew Adwoa Safo was not campaigning for Michael Kwe. We all knew she was pretending to be campaigning for Bar. Maybe not one. People had raised concerns. We all knew she was pretending to be campaigning. But people had raised these concerns. But the thing is that your victory depends on your efforts most importantly, and the support others will give you. If you assume that others must all come to your aid for you to win, the last-minute approach should have happened immediately the elections were held.
Aren't we assuming that he didn't try everything humanly possible to get her on board? I mean, also put it in context. This is the same Adwoa Safo who, when she traveled, everybody in the party who mattered tried to convince her, begged her, coaxed her. There's this interesting story of the chief of staff going to her residence, and she was camped at the gate. She wasn't allowed in. She was there for hours.
Let me answer the question.
She had to
let me answer before you finish.
So,
Adwoa Safo...
How do you know he didn't try?
Adwoa Safo is not as popular as her father. Adwoa Safo is not as big as her father in the constituency.
Your point is?
The point is, if Adwoa Safo is not doing things right, you can actually go see the father, get the father to endorse you. And the father
Are you certain they didn't try this?
Well, the evidence is, because the evidence we see, the last-minute approach we saw. And I'm making my point based on the last-minute approach.
But in the last-minute approach, when they went to see the father, what was the father's response? Do we know?
No, but see, that man, I'm told, never stated anything like, oh, we will support you. He also does not speak like that. But I am saying I didn't see the numbers that roll out from the church, the numbers that roll out and drive campaign, the numbers that goes to the market.
But what about Speaker Kwe?
Oh.
What about Speaker Kwe? I mean, if the son...
No, but with all due respect, I'm not expecting Speaker Kwe to be going to Domain Market to campaign.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. There are certain levers you can pull.
Okay.
Going to do the private meetings, for example, this one you're talking about, because he's campaigned there before and he had won it.
True.
He is very aware of the influence of the Christian Safo community. He will know that better than most, right? You're saying that he didn't also know that leading his son to go plead his case with the pastor is something that he should do and wouldn't have done.
Oh, well,
I find it baffling.
I frankly don't know why.
Because just recently he was granted us an interview in his home. He looked hale and hearty. He was fine.
I don't know what he might have done.
But let's be sure. Let's be sure what this woman's own strength was. The last time she attempted, what was her showing?
Okay.
It was 58%. It was a decrease from 68% in the previous election.
As in Adwoa Safo?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about
Electrawal, actually.
No, she moved.
I'm talking about Electrawal.
For the first time, she got the NDC 40% in the constituency.
Greater Accra.
Yes, which was impressive.
What's that?
The NDC 40% in the constituency.
You live there. Geographically, where's that?
Kwabenya.
No, it's just on top of Okaiku.
I've seen it.
So you see, 40%. She got 40%. I just have to go 58%. I just have to previously had...
So this was not a bad performance.
No, but watch this actually. Watch this.
Okay? So if she comes again and she makes 51,000...
She actually underperformed.
Yes, 51,000 as against
52.
Michael Quay's 50,000. You cannot be seeking to credit, is it to suggest that Michael Quay would have done better if he had Adwoa Safo's votes?
Oh, but it's obvious on the page. If you had 75% as a party, or your candidate has 75,000 votes, and you come in and get 50,000 votes.
But there were other candidates.
No.
But
they don't matter in this conversation.
Samson,
No, they don't even matter.
Hold on.
No, because from...
Total valid votes.
Yes.
128,000. That's what you see there. 75 plus 52, it takes you to that. But the point Raymond is making, let me just...
Yeah, and you just dropped to 50,000.
The point Raymond is making is that the Taifa, Tantra, these are NPP strongholds.
True.
These are areas where Christo Asafo operates. So you would need those votes. So
But there's an interesting point you make, though.
Yeah.
Both candidates did not tap into the Christo Asafo vote.
Yes,
they
they
didn't
did
go.
not.
Because if you do currently 51,000, 50,000, that's 100,000 just over.
yes.
True.
She got 75,000.
Exactly.
There's an extra 25,000, 24,000 votes there that she had in the last election. That was a play that nobody
And
tapped
that is
into.
why I'm saying that.
Isn't that the point you're making?
True.
That nobody, that's 24,000 votes.
And those votes
That
went
nobody
to the
tapped
MPP
into.
previously.
Exactly.
Yes. So
Those
the
were the votes
MPP
that
lost
she had
here.
here.
So
Yeah.
you see,
That
we're
was
talking about-
available for Michael Quay.
Yes.
That he didn't get.
He didn't get.
That's 24,000 votes.
This is plus population
but-
increase, voter numbers increasing.
Yeah, but again, the milieu is that there is general apathy and it goes against the NPP.
That's true, except that if her father was involved and had deployed the buses, as we know, the
Yes.
majority of those 24,000 people here, you can guarantee that they won't vote. You
Anyway.
know, there's a religious factor there that would not play by the same rules of tsunami. Because there's a religious factor there.
Even so,
If
I was
the
talking
father
about-
was saying to everybody and endorsing and deploying the buses, a lot of them would have...
And the religious factor, the religious vote, so to
Yeah.
speak, would have been given or donated blindly. regardless of who Michael Quay is, because they would have to assess the person
Yeah,
and
religion
decide
is a
whether or
open
not,
class.
whether or
They
not
wouldn't have, though,
They wouldn't?
if they wouldn't have religious, because it's a religious factor. If the leader, the spiritual leader, says, do it, often in religious terms, it won't matter your economic circumstance sometimes. It won't matter the person you're doing it for. You would have done it because the religious leader said do.
You're right. You know what? This morning, the churches of the false prophets or those who gave the false prophecy that, Baumia will win and win hands down.
false prophecies, eh?
Their churches were full. Their members were back in those churches.
And they've been
in
explaining.
fact, some of them were explaining to them.
Yes.
And they bought everything
Hook,
they
line, and
said.
sinker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is why these days I agree with Pastor Mensah Otabil. Let's move on.
God is not in the business of choosing your leaders.
He's not in the business of telling you
but-
this man is going to win.
No,
that
but
man
the
is going to
numbers
win.
are really fascinating.
No, but I agree with you. Everybody knows that the people refused to go out there to go and vote for this gentleman, Mike Aaron Okoye Jr. Everybody knows that. And it was obvious if you speak to the people in the markets, if you speak to the people on the streets, they say, oh, these people, I don't really care about the elections anymore. I don't really care about what's happening. And let's not also dismiss the fact that generally people in Domi equally suffered like many people across this country when it comes to the economic situation.
You're right.
So the NPP is not a very popular party within the same area. Let's not get it wrong.
So what was the purpose in humiliating Adwoa Safo the way they did in the primaries?
The primaries was not done by everybody in the constituency.
No, but of course there were people who were angry with Adwoa Safo.
True.
And so in the market, for instance, in Domain Market, for instance, when she went to the market and apologized to the women, in fact, the blackmail at the time was that, oh, me koye se nyina ye ma, me ko se be kwa ko wona nso me nsanka. And the women did, oh, then the next message was that, oh, a bad time there will buy area. When your brother and your child is sick, you have to spend time.
Right.
So for the women, they were prepared to, but forgive her. But this is the point. In an election where economic conditions are bad, like the NPP did in the Ashanti region. You no longer, when you get there, you say, this is an election about NPP and NDC. Some will buy into it and go out there to go and vote for you. So you know the economic conditions are bad. You have to campaign. You don't assume it's a safe seat so you get it. Because
you think he assumed it was a safe seat?
And you know,
anyway, you're right.
I want to see the presidential.
I met him.
He assumed it was a safe seat.
I met him last week.
And that the worst you could do is lose by, win by a small margin. I met him last week.
I made the point. Oh, but this is going to be difficult. Oh, you're winning it. And then he was clear by what margin. Yeah. But also the demeanor I got was exactly that.
Yes. So
there was a certain complacency that he was confident, even without Adwoa Safo aggressive overt support.
But is that not what you expect any politician to tell you when they are contesting? Yeah, that you ask them about.
But in those ones, you look beyond what he's saying and the body language. Sometimes the verbal cues contradict the physical cues. Right. But in his case, his demeanor was, this is cool.
I saw his father's campaign.
This is cool.
What Raymond may not know is that I lived in that constituency prior to the 2004 elections. So I saw Professor Michael Kwei.
He was aggressive?
He was. I saw his campaign team. I saw the people. So while you wouldn't have Professor Michael Kwei showing up consistently, there was a campaign team. To be very honest, Ali Klim was not the one leading, was not the one who was always around those areas. Ali Klim always had people moving. And I remember some of my friends would say that, hey, now opposition panel must speak as more they say. Because consistent.
That in fact irritated me. Because but at least you know her presence.
She's always around that area. She's always.
I mean, evening I've gotten home, but I'll hear those speakers moving around
and then the people get onto the streets. They're talking to you. Even when you're in a group having a conversation, they say when I lost my father, one of her campaigners was passing by. Someone had said, "Oh, this is our friend who had lost his father." This was in November. And he said, "Oh, you have killed your father like me." He stood with me, had a conversation. The next time he came, he said, "Oh, when is the funeral? Let me know when the funeral is fixed." And the boys were calling him chairman. I'm just telling you the efforts they put in place just to flip that seat. They kept campaigning and campaigning. And when you speak to the NPP boys, you say, they knew.
But I have a question. So if you're just joining us, you see it on your screen, big news. And we've been shocked so much since this dawn that I wonder whether we are numb to this already.
It's past midnight.
You know, when you're in the studio, sometimes you lose track of time.
No. It was on a lighter note.
You lose track of time.
It was on a lighter note.
But this still remains a major shock indeed. And I'm coming to a question. It appears when you look at the trend.
You know, somebody just reminded me, Pollard Mochri says this is going to be a shocker. Yes, he said that.
Which one?
The results of the elections would be a shocker.
Okay.
And that's what.
And indeed, it's a shocker. Yeah. Okay, indeed. You're right. You are absolutely right.
A shocker in which in what?
Oh, you know, every shocker is a shocker. I mean, but the trend was clear, except that Adwoa Safo herself had a terrible performance in the last elections.
10% down.
Yeah, that's huge. So it wasn't going into this election. She wasn't as popular.
Yes.
She wasn't as popular.
But you see, even that's also the negative comparison that people did in the constituency that affected Michael Kwei. They said even the woman who was away, who was not here, they voted for her. And Adwoa Safo sometimes had that difficulties in the constituency. So this 58% reflected the difficulties that she actually had in the constituency. What you're talking about, displaying parliament and all the other things, they say even Adwoa Safo was able to make this number. How much more? Now they were doing all of those titles. Ambassador, Dr. Mike Oyeronokwe. I mean, they kept on putting together almost as if it was a campaigning tool. Almost as if that actually propped up the profile of the person and improved his chances of becoming a better candidate. And that's also part of the message. They were doing it as if they were campaigning within the NPP and not to a larger constituency. And the comparison is with, I think the NPP in Kwabenya was divided. I think that front was that lawyers of Adwoa Safo stayed away. Okay. And I know some of them that if they gave me permission, I could easily mention their names. Some of them who are close to Adwoa Safo throughout the time that she was actually in charge of the constituency. Some of them stayed away. Some of them were also indirectly people who held places for her.
But I have a question, guys.
But those systems were not transferred to Mike Aaron Okwe.
Yeah.
Mike Aaron Okwe pretended that he was absolutely in control and that it was not possible. Like the way we also assumed that moving from 68 to 58 and going to below 50 was not possible. In fact, I kept on telling Winston, no matter what, even if the worst happens, Okwe will win, but with a very slim margin.
And what did I tell
In the circumstances of what we have seen,
yes. I kept on telling him that.
And I told you that
the flag of green, I think it will be fair to say Michael Okwe didn't do bad at all. He did
no,
well.
but something. He lost 25,000.
Actually, he did terrible.
25,000
You know
in the
why?
last elections when
There
Adwoa
are
Safo was there.
places-
Adwoa Safo's worst performance was from a 68%
to a 58.
to a 58%. And yet, in the next election, Michael Okwe now loses 25,000 of those votes that the smallest amount of vote. That's what I thought.
Why are you invoking those voters?
Was the best
Let's call
performer.
them dead.
I know.
Why are you invoking them? Take the voters today. The woman gets 51,000. He gets
got
50,000.
Yes, but the 50,000, it was supposed to have been guaranteed 25,000.
But he comes against the wave.
Of course. But that's the point. I'm making the
party
point.
has suffered.
So there's a wave, but
Okay, but this wave-
you're actually saying that he didn't
with
do bad
respect,
because
this
he didn't
wave
win.
has-
It was bad.
This wave has not affected Mensia.
Yes.
This wave has
Look,
yes.
look
yes.
at how strong
don't
the
condemn
group.
some mention.
It's very close to Mensia.
No, it's very close.
Historically.
Very close.
Take the
Very
numbers.
close. 68.
Yes.
68% from 2016.
In
He
fact,
dropped.
if we're talking about
You can
NPP
afford-
safe seats
look,
in
you
Accra,
can afford-
one of the places you can
Samson,
go to is
in a
Kwabenya.
constituency where a party can afford to drop 10%.
So
And still win
massively.
And still win massively.
So-
with 75,000 votes.
I am
It is a
getting-
dominant stronghold.
I'm getting some information. So you're right
Yes.
that he tried. I'm getting information. He actually tried to meet the apostle
Yeah.
in the last week.
Okay.
The Adwoa Safo team say in the last days to the elections, they actually tried arranging with Michael Okwe Jr. to get the people to come down to vote. When I say that, you understand. To arrange buses for the church members to come and vote.
Mm-hmm.
He said he couldn't trust the process.
Trust what process?
The process.
Oh, but Winston, even this one, let's be fair. I know that mostly it is not the candidate himself who takes care of the arrangement.
Yeah, but now it's not the daughter who is standing.
Yeah,
so you must still have the arrangement.
He was doing it for the daughter.
But if I do something to my daughter, you have come in.
No.
You must do it.
But yeah, but he should have still found the resources to do that.
I know.
Oh,
Evans.
any serious candidate, not even found resources, would have prioritized that.
Of course.
People are transporting people from Accra to Kamale to go and vote.
Yeah.
People are transporting. In fact, the buses people went to rent at this the Circle place. Do you know how many they went to do so? It's because he took it for granted. And
But we admit that this is a very expensive enterprise. This thing they are doing,
Ambassador Daughter.
Member of Parliament thing, is a very expensive enterprise. I'm getting information about some of the places, what the MP candidates went through, particularly those in government. Okay?
First and foremost, he's in government.
Fortune.
He's in
and I have
government,
no
one.
idea how they are going to recoup, how they are going to recover those monies.
Well,
He has no excuse at all. He's not Akurugu. He's in government.
Exactly.
He,
That's the point.
He's in government. He's one of the favorite child of
You are
government.
feeding into that perception.
I can actually
He's in
tell you,
government, so
Samson,
he can afford
Samson,
it. He can afford
Samson.
it by
No.
foul means,
Samson,
No!
Hold on. Samson,
by corrupt means.
Samson makes a point. He says he doesn't know how they're going to get that money back. I can tell you that there are NDC members today who have won their seats in Parliament that are unhappy with the margins that the NDC, they're unhappy with the number of seats that the NDC is getting.
Why?
Because you've come to Parliament, you've done some reports. You've been in Parliament, you've reported from Parliament. How many times haven't you seen majority and minority whips sometimes having discussions on quorum.
True.
Okay, guys.
Have discussions on quorum and then there's
question on
a
Dom
quorum
Kwabenya.
problem.
Question on Dom Kwabenya. So considering that Dom Kwabenya is still the largest constituency by voter population,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
True or
Correct.
false? In Ghana.
Yes.
Considering its impact on the presidential elections, right? We need to unpack. So you guys all picked up on Michael Quay's shambolic approach to the elections and the campaigning. What about the party? Why the party allowed that to happen?
Oh, they did.
I'm coming. Let me land the question. They can attack it. Knowing that Bawumia needed it, you guys have also said they know they needed Chris Asafo. They know they needed Adwoa Safo to go there on the campaign in the constituency and whip up those votes, those 25,000 votes that she had. Deliver all 75,000 if you can and improve it for their guy. And yet you say that Bawumia's team allowed her to join his campaign across the country,
Right.
and did not force her to go into where she's needed. Because remember, there were 128,000 votes in 2020. This year, we need to check. I'm pretty sure this number has gone up. Bawumia needed majority of these.
True.
And he knew if he did well, he was guaranteed overwhelming majority of this in the constituency. Well, he possibly could have managed to get 80,000 of the votes. 80,000 of the votes. Just a second.
Okay.
Add that to his presidential national outlook.
Number, yeah.
That would be significantly closer to 50% plus one. And yet, he allowed her to campaign with him in places she wasn't needed. We need to ask the question.
Allowed there.
Yeah, no. That's my point, right? You need her there, in a concert with the biggest number of voters. Why did the party neglect to enforce that? Why did Bawumia himself allow the woman to travel with her in places she wasn't needed?
That is if they did not campaign in her, constituency.
That is if who?
If she on the Bawumia train were not in the Dom Kwabenya constituency to campaign.
But from everything we've said, even if she was there, she wasn't enough.
Oh, yes. What happened was
Wasn't
that
enough.
there were some commissionings happening in the constituency. Even the president appeared there. There were about 4 or so major events. It happened. Then president appeared, vice president appeared. Adwoa Safo was in the midst of affairs. Other government officials.
My question, should the party and Bawumia himself take part of the blame for this outcome?
I know.
Not only at the parliamentary level, and we're still waiting for they haven't counted the presidential yet.
Yes.
And because of the way we've seen, it's very possible that Bawumia will possibly get less votes there. Also, is Bawumia as complicit as Michael Quay Jr.? Is the party as complicit as Michael Quay Jr. in failing to do a bit more work in an area they should be winning more, in spite of the tsunami?
In fact, sometimes, ideally, I think this one, I did not really label it. I know a researcher had informed party, and party was aware, government was aware that this area was not going to be won with a massive margin. That's what they were discussing, margins. There are also attempts, and I said earlier, launching, and for example, in Taifa, Burkina, the most complained issue about roads started barely 4 months ago. It was post that, no, we need to fix some of these things, that actually brought that on board. But, Evans, I don't think, and sometimes some of these candidates, when you give them the facts and the data, so I'm in charge, we are working on it, we will deliver, no problem. I think that complacent attitude that this is our area, it will remain with us no matter come what may, made a very massive impact on the ground. It was a miscalculation.
You mean even the party fell into that same trap?
My only issue.
The party.
My only issue with this statement, that sounds like a sweeping statement, is that it appears to suggest, as a matter of fact, that they discounted, as you suggest. But
no, I'm
it
not
could
saying
well be that they did not.
No, I'm saying that no.
Well,
No, there were a lot of people.
Evan says perhaps they just didn't do enough.
I don't think it was not just the not doing enough. If the MPP prioritizes areas, we know what happens.
So,
and again, another person that was also absent in Dome Kwabenya.
But how can you not prioritize Dome Kwabenya? I don't get what you're saying.
No, but what I'm actually getting, and I have some of the
this huge voter population.
I've just started seeing some of the
electoral areas,
some of the party officers, and persons within Dome Kwabenya say that the problem of Dome Kwabenya, the regional party knew. Like you say,
yeah.
No, you don't want to mention names.
I don't want to.
They knew of the problem.
Yes.
But there were trust issues.
Why?
Yes, so they knew of the problem. There were trust issues.
Who didn't they trust?
There are trust issues between the two main, persons here.
But I don't get that in politics.
Hold on.
It's about numbers.
So
you can't put that aside
then
to wage a war to win.
It becomes an issue of who needs it the most. Because if you have to walk up to me...
No. So let's elevate this above Michael Quay.
Yes.
Bawumia needed it the most.
The party knew...
Just a second. If Michael Quay had an issue with Adwoa Safo, did Bawumia have an issue with Adwoa Safo?
Okay.
Of course not.
Of course not. So why didn't he tell us to go and do it for me?
So Evans, let me give you the additional information. Maybe if we had added this one. The party knew the parliamentary elections were going to be difficult.
True.
So the party's focus was on the parliamentary elections. Mm-hmm. It was what they are trying to resolve. So in that case, it becomes an issue of two persons. Now, if your attention is drawn to a problem, which you say is non-existent, because we would have done our research, you would bring your research also and say, oh, but I can do this. At the end of the day, the evidence has shown that you couldn't have done it. And look, someone sent a message, and I know, when I talked about the Crystal Safo dominance, and we all know, anybody who lives in that constituency knows. In fact, in the 2020 primary, Michael Quay Jr. was leading until results came from Taifa. That's how come he lost the primary of 2020. So we know where, anybody who lives in that constituency knows the NPP stronghold and knows where the NPP gets the vote from and how they get those votes. The how is the most important thing. So in order for you to win, you need to solve the how. And the how is to mobilize the Christo Asafo church members.
Yeah, are you saying that? So I get that. That all makes the point. But are you saying that they sort of gave up on the presidential?
No.
But if they didn't, my question still remains.
The party's research, no, Evans, wait, I've answered that.
Yeah.
I said the party's research showed its problem was in the parliamentary.
Yeah, but my point to you is that, fine. So you have a problem with parliamentary. And I'm elevating this beyond Michael Quay Jr. We've said, as for him, he didn't really take this seriously. That's fine. I'm sure he would dispute that. Right. But what about the man himself, whose face was on the ultimate ballot? We've said here that what about his father leading him to Crystal Safo, the boss? What about Bawumia himself going there with Adwoa Safo? Because if Adwoa Safo could follow him across the country, won't she follow him to go and see the father?
So this
no, Raymond, I need Raymond to weigh in here. If Adwoa Safo could follow him across the country, she won't follow Bawumia to go and see her father and get him to whip everybody else in line, get the buses. Look, again, you say, they said to him, based on what you said, that he should find buses to come and convey people.
No, you should pay for the buses.
I'm saying,
pay.
Why was that even necessary? When the woman was traveling Bawumia across the country, Bawumia couldn't take that same woman to go and see the father and say, look, make those buses available as you've always done because I needed those votes.
Are you saying that Adwoa Safo really was interested in Michael Quay winning this seat?
No, but I'm making
the point.
We're not deep within our house. But I'm making the point that if you take it beyond Michael Quay,
I actually think that in the case of Adwoa Safo, she's perhaps one of the most difficult persons to deal with in our Ghanaian politics. We know that there's evidence to back that. So I'm not sure the attempt was that you have to patch up that difference and make her get on the ground and go and campaign. It was always going to be difficult. Also because if you speak to her today, she has massive grievances, without doubt. Now, if you put those things aside, as for how campaigns are run, and Wednesday, I'm not dismissing the fact that there were still assurances given to people that, well, no matter what happens, we are talking about difference, right? We're talking about how how much votes we are going to win by, not whether or not we are entirely going to lose the election. I am convinced there are so many people within even the constituency research team in the NPP today who will be shocked that the NPP ended up losing this election.
Yeah.
Because the thinking largely has been, we mostly get votes from there, but we might not get as much votes as we expected from the area.
But not lose
so please, yes.
Not lose it.
Not lose it.
I mean, this is a constituency, and I make the point.
Yeah.
You can afford to lose 10% of the vote from one election to the next and still comfortably
And that probably may have been the thinking.
and still comfortably winning.
And, should that be,
And see, people are justifying. They say even Adwoa Safo could make 58%.
Yeah.
But that's what they were saying.
Somebody just sent me a message.
Taking too much of our
Who
time.
says, no, last minute, this is a man who lives in a constituency, who wants his name actually mentioned. He doesn't mind. He says, good morning, Winston. I live behind Eliklim's house in the Kwabenya constituency. The truth is, there was no way Okwe was going to win against Eliklim. Okwe needed Adwoa Safo's blessings to beat Eliklim. Again, Eliklim was extremely visible in all parts of the constituency and had different teams to campaign for her simultaneously at different places. Finally, a section of the enlightened voters like us voted against Okwe to punish the NPP because of the way they made Adwoa Safo seem untouchable.
Okay.
He introduced another point.
Yeah, that
some of them voted against the NPP to make Adwoa Safo seem as untouchable. And that's something
because of the way they
since he
made
says
that's
untouchable.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is from Emmanuel Afo. He says I can mention his name.
Because that was impunity. And my problem was not only with the NPP, but the Parliament of Ghana. That she had broken every rule. She just didn't have to stay in that house. And they still kept her there for so long. And now she will get out of that house and enjoy ex gratia. She didn't deserve it. Because look, if Parliament was your business and you employed her, will you keep her there, pay her, and still watch her to leave, you know, with ceremony? You
Beyond
won't
Parliament,
do that.
she was a minister for a long time when she was away.
Yeah.
What she was doing. But also, it is an interesting point. He says they voted against the MPP because they made Adwoa Safo seem untouchable.
Yeah.
But when this nonsense was happening in Parliament, the NDC guys in Parliament protected her.
Yes.
They were defending her.
No, but he's talking
But
about...
the NPP,
these are
it
not
took
NDC
too long.
NDC
I know, there was that too. There was that too.
No, but the people he's referencing are not NDC people, and I get him. There are people, very enlightened people in the constituency who feel that, listen, this is taking all of us for
Is she not the one who was flown from abroad to Parliament on a private jet?
Yes, sure.
So people felt we were taking us for granted. And again, when she returned, you know, she went to the places she felt the numbers were, markets and all of those. But there are professionals in the constituency who felt, but why is our constituency receiving all the bad name? Mainly because the MP is behaving this way. Those people, they are not MPP, NDC automatically. They can come out and vote against you because they are angry with your direction and the kind of reputation you are giving to the place. That vote, and I frankly think it's not a chunk of the votes in the constituency. I think Kwabenya has been an area where the numbers they pour out, and that ought to be investigated. This turnout problem is completely surprising. Over the years, Kwabenya has been having a higher turnout, even if they are lower turnouts. But when he mentioned it first, you remember when we were saying that, oh, write it down. He mentioned that the number of votes in its totality was about 103,000. That to me was very low.
Over 600 votes rejected.
Yes, but if 103,000 people participated in that election, to me, it's very, very low. Compared to 128,000 previously.
That's with about 200,000 voters.
Yes, plus population increase, plus further additions, and all of that. An average 3% population increase over the period should see a higher number than what we are seeing. Tsunami aside, there is something in Kwabenya that requires, especially the NPP, to do greater soul searching. I am still not sure whether the difference between Michael Kwei and Akugu will be the same, I'm not even still sure that Bawumia will lose the constituency. I'm not sure.
That won the presidential.
Yes.
Bawumia could still lose it.
I'm not sure whether that's going to be the same reflection. If that happens, I'm interested in knowing the difference and what story it tells about the entire happenings in the Dome Kwabenya area. And again, maybe for the analysts who believe in going deeper into such constituencies, for future reference, this is one area that I agree with you, the NPP should have pumped in all resources. That's a reflection of the national campaign strategy, which was wrong. And not necessarily what happened in that small community. I hope you get me.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, do we have an idea how many the Electoral Commission has collated so far?
166.
Yes.
As in the Electoral Commission?
Yeah, well, because we get our results from the Electoral Commission, I'm assuming.
I mean, you mean from the National Coalition Center?
That's what I mean.
Oh, the National Coalition Center. The last time
they are waiting on regional.
I think they're waiting on regional now. I think it was about just 3 or 4 regions. So the regions that have the full complement are the ones that come to the national. So in a place like, say, Upper West could get to the National Coalition Center.
The face of the development.
You guys see Akrofrom? Stand green. This is the Ashanti region.
Okay. Yes.
This is the Ashanti region.
Okay.
John Mahama wins it.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is
what does 2020 say?
Yeah, this is the map of the current elections. This is presidential.
Check 2020.
This is 2020.
It's always been close.
Akufo-Addo was close. So this is one of the additional. So this is let's check the trends. Let's check the trends. And this is Ashanti region.
It's
first time the NDC is winning it.
Right.
It's close to Neo Dubiase.
Okay. So because of settler?
I mean, I've always mentioned that the attitude of settler communities has been not necessarily to favor the NPP in the Ashanti region. Not only the Ashanti, the Eastern region too. And there's an entire focus on that. AKD Frimpong has an article, The Behavior of Settler Communities in the Ashanti, and they always follow a certain pattern. It's either the difference is very small or what they call MPP loses in those areas. And MPP can win for a very long time, but always with a very small margin.
Yeah.
So these settler communities have behaved in these ways. At least I've seen enough data from the works of Alexander Kechi Duku Frimpong to back that particular person.
Yeah, but it's still interesting because it's in the Ashanti region, a place that they have never, NDC have never won before. And you remember what we were saying, that because of this tsunami, I can expect the NDC to get close to 10 seats there.
Well, the NDC actually says that
they have
they currently have, when they spoke, was it yesterday? Yes. They said they had 7 seats in the Ashanti region. And based on the analysis, it could increase to 10.
7 seats?
Yes, in the Ashanti region, and it could increase to 10.
Yeah.
No, not including independent people, though.
No.
Just NDC.
7 seats in the Ashanti region of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana. Yeah, but
very interesting.
But it is. Let's analyze that. But Akrofrom is just one of them.
Yeah.
That never had even dreamt of green. Of course, it has been close, but if they flip parliamentary, let's look at the parliamentary. They wanted to. And it almost a similar margin to what John Mahama did.
True.
There, in terms of the actual vote. So for the first time
the difference is less than 400.
Yes. Very, very small. Very, very small in Akrofrom there. The NDC parliamentary candidate Joseph Azuma wins it by 9,000.
Remember to say Akrofrom, not
say that again.
Akrofrom, because there's Akrofrom, which is different.
You're right. Say it again.
Akrofrom.
You know, people forget that something grew up in Ashanti region. That's where he actually made his name. I love FM. You know, we all forget sometimes. We need to remind people. So yes, so that's the NDC's parliamentary candidate wins at 9,215. As against the MPP's parliamentary candidate of 8,899. First time it's happening. And this is the Ashanti region where you do not mention the color green. It is blue, but the green wave has swept it. And
there is another green in the heart of Kumasi.
Yes,
that should be mentioned.
No, that's
that should be. That's
okay. Yeah, that's
Wasa, yeah.
Okay.
That's
How about
That's part of the expected.
yeah? How
That's
about
part of that's just Wasa.
Wabia South.
Wabia South.
We don't have it.
We don't have that.
That's it there. On top of Chuma Kwama.
Okay.
Is that green?
It's a blue, but I just want to check something.
Okay. That's where's that? Where are you seeing it? Chuma Wabia North and Chuma
South.
South.
Yeah, just below the north. Yeah.
Right
There.
Oh, okay.
That is Shirley Che.
Okay.
The difference is massive. It's
Yeah, that's significant. That's huge.
Yeah, this is the Deputy CEO of the Minerals Commission.
Okay.
I just wanted to...
Oh, yeah, that came up. I mean...
Yeah, that came up. I think she's... Let's check the previous, the 2020 performance.
Let's check the 2020 performance, parliamentary, 2020. Oh, so there's an... There's an independent candidate.
The MPP won, but...
Yeah. But she's increased the MPP's chance.
Yes. Percentage from 65 to 72.
Yeah, this is the current one.
Okay, she's done well.
She's done well. I mean, consider the blue wave, she's done well. Okay, and so that's first additional seat. But there was another one, Ahafo Southeast, that the MPP always wins, or sometimes it's marginal, but nonetheless, they win it. And remember what I said about the Western thread? It was part of those areas that I marked out as an area that the NDC was focusing on because they could flip it.
Yeah.
And they flipped it. In fact, MDC still believes that by the time the chips are down, this area here will go green, this area will go green, this area here, Ahafo North, Offenso North, Ahafo North Southwest, and possibly Echuma Mponia. They're confident they can flip it.
Click on Echuma Mponia because the result seems to have been out.
It's out.
Let's look at it.
Yeah. You're right. It's out. Okay. That there you have it.
This is
very close.
This is close.
Now I was telling you about the
the
fact that
this is very close.
we're trying to because it's not an area that I have a lot of knowledge on when it comes to the electoral areas like I do of the Dom Kwabenya. So I was trying to, because I was asking where the new candidate was from and whether he could also use
it. That's
and the fact that
close.
But this tells me something.
Sadakoto?
Maybe just
for our radio audience.
Yes.
And this is a Echuma Mponia where the MPP, Isaac Shama, in the last elections, the MPP, they were limping very heavily into 2024.
Yeah.
And we made a point in our analysis that the NDC was looking to flip it because they knew there was a challenge there. You need to actually credit this MPP guy.
Yeah.
That in spite of the green wave, he's managed to hold on to a seat that the NDC had targeted, right? But it's very slim.
Very.
Seth Akoto comes in, wins it with 29,616 votes. That is 50.9%, and that should tell you a story.
Wait.
The NDC, Stephen Yeboah, comes in second, very close second, 28,617 votes with 49.1%.
Evans, bring the pen and write a number for me.
Okay.
Magic number. Write 9.
9. Okay.
9. 9.
Wait, let me clear that. Give me the color.
9. 9. 9. That's the margin of victory.
Okay.
999.
So that's very, very close indeed.
Very close.
That's one shy of 1,000, but that tells you that this is close. NDC run them very, very close, indeed, in that particular part. So that's a Echuma Mponia for you. I want to check presidential.
Yes.
Let's check presidential. Let's see what happened in that in the presidential context in that same part. So in presidential, how did Bawumia do?
He did better?
He did better. He did better than a parliamentary candidate.
So it tells you the dominance of the NDC's parliamentary candidate.
It was good.
And the work ahead for the NPP's parliamentary candidate.
It was
the parliamentary candidate, now member of parliament elect.
Yeah, it was good. So that's the story there in Ashanti, but they're a bit more interesting. We have Bekwai. And Bekwai was another area that the MPP was limping. With the last performance of Adwoa Safo, which was the most shambolic yet. If you check it, the trends, this is a place where at the last election, they were done 59%. It brought it down to 49%. It could even cross 50%.
That's in Echimamponia, yes.
Yes, this is Echimamponia. Oh, I want to come to Bekwai.
Let's go to Bekwai.
Bekwai, very similar there. I think it's the most catastrophic in terms of flip. See, he had 86% in 2016 and drops to 61%. You're talking about almost a...
Let's check the candidates of 2020.
In 2020?
The parliamentary.
Parliamentary. I'm going to put this away. It's a tall list of people.
No, this is 2024 presidential.
2024?
Presidential. Let's go to Bekwai parliamentary.
2020, right?
Yes, 2020.
2020.
Yes, those are independent candidates. So that
yeah, who pulled a lot? Pulled a lot.
Took a lot from Joe Sewusu.
Yeah, 22,000 is a
yes,
lot.
I suspected that. Yes.
Yeah, 22,000 a lot. But we're talking now, currently, and in 2024, the end. Well, that's not bad. The current.
Yeah, that's not bad, but it looks like there's
31,000.
It looks like there's an independent candidate in there.
Yeah.
Still there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let's check. Let's pull it up. So this is 2024. We have NPP's Rafo Poko Dusei. We have LPG's. Well, this doesn't bring in much.
Would update that. I think there's an independent candidate in there. But let's look at Baumia's results.
The Baumia's results. So in this area here, again, Bekwai, the NPP win said again, Raf Poko Dusei, 31,060. NDC's Samuel Prempe, 5,321. In the presidential contest there, Baumia wins it. Yeah, I mean, he did well in terms of the gap, the margin between himself and John Mahama there. 41,153. JM's 10,981 there in that part. But I want to check what happened with that island in the middle here, that green called Asawase. And you know, because of that tension between Muntaka Mubarak and JM and the way he's been removed, etc., people thought that he would campaign aggressively for himself and not necessarily for JM, and maybe we may use JM's votes there compared to him. But JM wins it, 44,922, as against Baumia's 27,206 in the Asawase constituency. Let's check what happened the last time.
And as far as the NDC is concerned, there had to be a lot of vigilance there because there were attempts, as you may have heard from them during the registration processes, that there were attempts to go bring people, voters from places like Bantama and so on to come and register there so that in the elections, they would come and vote.
JM actually drops. In 2020, he had 47,460 votes. Now, he is doing 44,000. So,
except that Bamia also drops from Akufado's 35,000.
So, yeah, to 27,000.
This is where the issue is.
Bamia drops by a larger margin.
Larger margin, yeah.
But this is where in the build-up to the election, you had a lot of conversations about, Dr. Bamia and the fact that he's Muslim, so he made...
Well, actually, JM did better. JM did better. Did he not?
He did better than Muntaka.
Mubarak.
Yeah, but that's also because you have Manaf. Manaf, whom at the time was giving Muntaka a run for his money.
Yeah.
People thought he was going to do better, even better than this.
So Muntaka Mubarak comes in with 41,667 votes. That's against the MPP's Manaf Ibrahim of 31,049. And we're saying JM did better than Muntaka Mubarak.
I spoke to him. He was very confident that Manaf could not beat him. But the campaign became very heated, and there were signs that Manaf could flip it for the NPP, and so. I spoke to him and he said, well, look.
Because he had characteristics just like Muntaka in Asawase. And he previously worked at the, and Manaf has done a lot of student politics, so he previously was in the vice president office. What I was impressed with his campaign was, even in areas, and the Asawase, the expectation is that the NPP will win Asawase itself, Sawaba and other areas. Then it is the Asukari Mampo.
Yeah.
That is where the MPP
Dominant
will win.
place for the NDC.
Yes, the MPP will win up there, then lower to what they call it, Asebi, and those other areas will be won by the NDC. He, in some of these areas, did very well too. That's Manaf. But the problem with the MPP also is that they hardly maintain a candidate for long. Even if you happen to be a DCE after the party comes into office, they hardly maintain a candidate for long in Asawase contest for that particular.
But the experience matters, and
yes,
you know, Muntaka would have used a lot of experience
True.
to block off any attempts to bring in votes, you know, against him. And
because when you're the center of a constituency,
I was
like
very pleased about something he did. You know, when there was this talk about people wanting to sacrifice themselves to get somebody into power, he publicly said, "Don't do that for me. Don't sacrifice for me so I become MP. Don't go and misconduct yourself anywhere, engage in any sort of, you know, misconduct because you want Muntaka to become the MP." Said you could lose your life, and that would be the end of you, and that's useless. You don't do that.
Yeah, I mean...
Anyway, he's come a long way. You know, the late Adamu Jibril.
Yes, he inherited him.
That was the constituency he was in charge.
And that was the by-election in 2006 that I covered. I got beaten.
Oh, I say.
Because I'm the one who spotted the pickup that was carrying the foreign ballot boxes, already thumb-printed, that were alleged to be brought in by the action troopers, you know who they are associated with, by the Lord Cummings of this world. And I blew the whistle on that pickup, and I got beaten by the military. But we got the police to impound the vehicle.
Oh, okay.
They kept it right at the coalition center. They impounded it. They said they were going to investigate, do whatever. It never happened. I was beaten and asked, I got some really dirty military slaps, and I was asked to climb into their armored vehicle, and I refused. That's how they beat me.
That should be in 2005.
That was in the by-elections there, 2005.
Yeah, because when you said 2006, I remember that was in 2005.
Right.
He just came into parliament, then he passed on, and then Muntaka came.
Yeah, I mean, and just a comment on the Ashanti region itself. The NDC obviously went into this wanting 32%. At least that's what Muntaka Mubarak himself told me on Top Story. They wanted 32% from here. It looks like they can actually get that.
Yeah, they can.
They can actually get that. The NPP is losing votes all across the country, but they're losing votes even more in the Ashanti region. If you put it together with the fact that the voter turnout is very low, it's been the most devastating performance in the Ashanti region yet. And you also have to look at the parliamentary seats that NPC is taking for the very first time, like Wasa East, and then now Electoral, all gone now. You can expect that Adwoa Safo will go because they were holding it. You don't expect them to lose it in the tsunami year. They'll hold it. They'll hold Adwoa Safo. You expect that they'll hold Setra Franklins also.
Ashanti Achim Central, because there was an independent candidate there.
Central.
Yes.
Okay, so this is, it should show that should show because you have the valid votes, which means that they are still keen in, and this is parliamentary. It's to show, we'll refresh, but let's see presidential, maybe that should give us something. Okay, they haven't filled that. I'm pretty sure it's been filled. It should show, it'll come for us to see. But that is the area there where something has been talking about, I believe, for the parliamentary. Okay, so Santachim North, you have Kumewu that was in the by-election the last time. So basically, the Ashanti region obviously did what it's supposed to do, vote for the MPP, but didn't vote as much as they should. This is a very interesting outcome there in the Ashanti region. So let's pause for a second and have a conversation. Let's talk about a certain gentleman called Matopoku Prempeh. The vice presidential candidate, the running mate to Dr. Mahama Bawumia. We were told that the primary reason why he was chosen over Iduchum was because he could galvanize the base in the Ashanti region and get people out voting. That's why. Against all good counsel, Baumia stuck with the man and went with him and chose him. Because he had royal leanings, etc., etc. The chips are down now. We have not populated this fully, but I think this is enough to give us a trend on what is happening in the Ashanti region. So, did Baumia make the right choice? Winston.
Start.
Oh, let me start.
Okay.
The blame game is already happening.
Okay.
And many have said, at least those that have...
And I need to sit down for this because this is going to take some time.
Those that have spoken, perhaps not publicly yet, but one or two have made some public comments. And they are saying that this was one of the biggest mistakes. It was a big miscalculation because, again, it is evident right from when he was picked that he brought baggage rather than advantage to the Baumia campaign. So already there's a blame game that is going on. There are those who are saying and now beginning to admit that he was not exactly Baumia's choice, but he was a choice that was forced on him.
Why?
I thought he was Baumia's choice.
And he also had indicated it was his choice from long time
nobody
ago.
forced him. And that I say nobody forced him.
No, I'm saying that he had indicated it was his choice from long time ago. He, Baumia himself. So maybe what he was telling us in public was different from the reality on the ground. Yes, not me. That's not the choice. But please continue. As for choice,
it was a
it's
choice.
the first point you have made, choice or not choice. But please continue.
It was Baumia's choice.
Oh, yeah, we were expecting you to proceed.
So beyond the party, of course, many people had said that the choice was wrong. Remember his very first speech after he was outdoored at Menchia, just after the Ashanti had said, caution him and sort of advise him to put everybody else to shame. Those who thought that he was not well brought up, he should
arrogant.
Yeah, he should put them to shame. He should disprove them, the claims, because that's not how he was brought up. He said that is his Minana, and that is not how I brought you up. Correct?
Yep.
That's not how we brought you up here. So show it to them that that's not who you are. And then his very first speech, right after that had been said to him, was
Mokwame Nkrumah.
Was revive UP politics.
Yeah. And that, got such bad publicity for the Baumia tickets. Very bad publicity. It took like 2 weeks and it was still dominating discussions and people kept talking about it. So then after that, he went on to make several other
gaffes.
Yeah, gaffes. Unpardonable gaffes, So now they are really looking at it seriously. Earlier, when you pointed it out, they said, "Oh, you shut up."
You guys are very eager to have a bite.
Before Winston comes in, I really believe that truly the only reason why Matthew Opoku-Pempe was chosen was because the NPP was not sure whether Ashanti would accept Baumia the way he should be as leading that party, first and foremost.
So was he Baumia's choice?
Oh, they say so.
Okay.
He too says so openly. So I'm not even disputing that, the source of the... I'm insisting that there was the fear that this was going to happen in Ashanti. That apart from, and let's not get it wrong, when Baumia won, there was a lot of people, first with Alan's exit, were not happy at all. I have family members who say, but why are they treating Alan this way? I'm not sure they were even in the known of the intricate happenings at there, because this was an election anyway, even though Kim Mansi and all of those things came in. But they were so angry that it was not acceptable, that to some of them, Kelechi Japan was a better option. when you remove the Alan conversation, than even Bawumia.
When you get to a point where the NPP begins to tell you that Kennedy Japan is their best foot, it tells you the NPP is damaged.
And it was, see, I know people were saying, I would prefer Kennedy Japan any day to making Bawumia the candidate. So, despite all the things we're saying, the actual intent I can glean from the selection of Matthew Opoku Prempeh was that, one, he had publicized a certain closeness to Menchia, which was displayed on the day. So if you get somebody that close to the heart of Asante, it made it easier for the acceptance of Bawumia's ticket as complete, as one that represents also the Asante in this case.
And his outdooring confirmed what you're saying.
I'm saying
the manner in which
nobody could convince me otherwise that was the sole aim, because it was so obvious to anybody who knew the politics of this country that it was bad news from the beginning. But when you did the comparison, in fact, anybody would have preferred, say, Osechi Mensah Bonsu, or even Edichum over him. But they didn't have that publicized closeness to Menchia and the display thereof that, for example, if Edichum had been the selected one, I'm not sure the two would have said the things that he said about him. And that was very good. It was very good because it bridged the gap one way or the other and got the Bawumia ticket acceptance in Kumasi, in Asante, the way many had difficulties with. And researchers knew. The people who were on the ground also knew that this was going to be problematic. Except that if that was the entire reason why Matthew Opoku Prempeh was brought on board, perhaps Matthew Opoku Prempeh could have played a bit of the Professor Nana James Opoku Agyemang card. Don't do much, but don't worsen the state of the particular ticket you're on.
In his case, it was better him being invisible than what he actually did on the campaign trail.
It would have been better if everywhere Opoku Prempeh went, the only thing allowed is what they themselves recorded and shared.
Let me just add something quickly to what you're saying. So, this is the point. Apart from the connection to Menchia, because we know a lot of the conversation had been solely, Menana, because that's Otumfuo's cousin and Apejahene. Yeah, that's all the connection was. But this is the other point. The NPP felt, and in all the conversations about picking a running mate from the Ashanti region, they also needed one who could rally the base. The feeling was that, and you see, Napo had some of the guys within the NPP in Ashanti who actually said, oh, Napo is the guy, Napo is the guy. The feeling was that, oh, if you choose Napo, he's one person who connects with the party's base. And so you are likely to have the base voting for you. Well, at the time it looked like that, but the evidence here suggests that he did not.
He didn't galvanize the base?
No, he did not.
Yeah.
Because you have seen the NPP reducing in its performance in the Ashanti region.
In strongholds where you don't need much to tell the people that, please, just do it for us.
So the point I want to make is that if the selection of Matthew Opoku Prempeh was to rally the base and deliver the numbers, because the NPP knew that in selecting Dr. Bawumia, they had to pair him with an Ashanti. And Joe Asewuzu was on PMS Press when he said they had reached that conclusion that once you bring him, the running mate must be from the Ashanti region. I know the president didn't support the choice of Matthew Opoku Prempeh. The president may have preferred another person within the Ashanti region. Now, this is it for me. Napo did not deliver the Ashanti votes.
In fact, it took Ashanti votes away.
He also, well, that I wouldn't say.
No, guys. I just came from a smart wall where they are losing votes, bleeding votes from Ashanti.
Let me see.
You're saying that
wait for the final picture.
No. But we are talking about Ashanti region. This is the focus on Ashanti region.
Yes.
You are saying. I'll let you finish. Just a second. You say the reason why it was brought to galvanize the base to go and vote. When the
right
chips
from
were
the
down,
beginning,
when the chips were down, they were losing votes.
I have
who do you blame?
I have said.
we had this.
But wait.
we had this.
If they come and if we had done this and the votes were all up,
Evans,
who do you have credited?
Evans, we had this
Exactly.
debate in this
They credited
studio,
him.
and I insisted that this galvanizing base is based on misconception, and that it will. I insisted on that.
And I
kept on saying that it will not happen.
I am saying he did not deliver those votes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he drove them away.
Yeah, that one.
But I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
But I don't understand.
Hold on.
But you would have said if the votes were up, that is because of him.
Wait, let me.
But that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but you say that if the votes are down, it's also because of him.
Wait, let me make a point.
We can't say he took away.
Let me make a point. While
But you're losing, so who do you blame for the
relax, Evans Mensah. Let the argument finish.
Go on, please.
While I cannot say that he took Ashanti votes away, he actually took national votes away.
True.
So that's my
In fact, he was a complete disaster on that ticket.
Every time he spoke, and it got to a point in time, the NDC was just looking for it.
A Napo video.
Waiting for a Napo video. Then
And they'll be asking, where is he now?
See, Mokwame Nkrumah, let me tell you something. The youth of today have been looking for role models. They don't find them.
Scarcity.
They don't find role models in this country. In the past, I was in a VIP and I saw young ladies who were looking at these celebrities of whom have become slave queens, and a lot of them were their role models. Then they found a role model in Kwame Nkrumah. And the whole of Africa will see a role model in Kwame Nkrumah. Even if you hate
beyond Africa.
If you hate Kwame Nkrumah, you cannot take away his intellect and his contribution to Ghana and Africa and world discussions. You cannot.
Especially when you're not in an election with Kwame Nkrumah.
Exactly. The first opportunity.
I was hosting Newsfile, and somebody I have never known,
You just have it.
elderly in the party, a woman, through some means got my contact and reached out to me. And after Newsfile, spoke to me at length. She was livid about the choice and that the party was not going to survive it. She was so unhappy.
Okay. So you see, something, and this is the point. When he made the Kwame Nkrumah statement, prior to the Kwame Nkrumah statement, Dr. Bawumia had been doing Youth Connect.
True.
Where he was connecting.
Reaching out.
Sometimes
even dancing in ways that people do not like, but still, it was
telling
good.
them that trying to speak pidgin, I mean, Bawumia's pidgin is not the best. Trying to speak pidgin, trying to connect with them. Then Matipoku Prempeh drove all of these people away with his Mokwame Nkrumah. You could have said Akufo-Addo is the best president of Ghana.
And just
left it. You could have said Akufo-Addo is the best president of the Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
And left it. Even that one will come back and say, Ghanaians believe that J. Akufo is arguably the best president in the Fourth Republic. But that one, you say it, they'll leave you. Then he kept going on. Every time, at least every week or two, Napo drops another one. So Napo, for me, hurt Dr. Bawumia's campaign.
Okay.
He hurt his campaign.
Nationally?
Nationally, he hurt his campaign.
In Ashanti region?
He could not deliver the votes
in Ashanti region?
He couldn't deliver the votes.
He couldn't deliver the votes, but did he hurt him in Ashanti region?
He couldn't deliver the votes.
Well, he says he hurt nationally. So that
theory
includes Ashanti region.
The theory, see, you bring in a candidate who is supposed to improve your chances in an area. If it doesn't improve the chance, it hurt you. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I is the part where it says he's taking votes away. I'm not, for example, I'm not sure the people, those who knew the politics of Napo, were so shocked by his pronouncements in the Ashanti region. Sometimes it shocked other people. The people who knew him truly well were not really amazed by some of the things that he said, except that he did not. He did his campaign as if he was only speaking to people in Ashtown. Sometimes, you get the point. And all of these, some of the references, yes, you may get some people with Odifo Asare and Co's death. But yes, you may get some people. Yeah. That's fine. But you will not get everybody with certain other comments that are sometimes even ethnocentric in nature.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, 21st century politician, the things that others run away from 100%. the controversies that don't add one vote crack to your end. And you get to say it nicely and wonderfully with ways that he doesn't even bat an eye.
What was the point
shocked
about that campaign about who killed, what is GM's involvement in the death of Odifwasa?
He was trying to do this thing, connect NDC, PNDC. When you connect NDC, PNDC, Mahama is representing NDC, by extension PNDC. But that was still possibly going to get 65-year-olds in Ashanti.
But he didn't do it well.
Yes, even so. Waba, 40-year-olds, kakra. But the people you are engaging today, those 25, 30, 40, youthful in nature, as you may even wanted to convert. Those votes that you are not sure were originally going to be MPP, you needed to tell them a different story. And again, Napo, even when he has succeeded in saying part of what was meant to be said, always found a way, miraculously, to water it down with other comments, either the same day or subsequently.
And like you said, there were elements of tribal bigotry in his comments. Look at the religious thing that he played up. Voting for that, it's haram. Don't do it. I'm like, what was going on in his mind?
And you see, that's actually the problem. The first outing gave you an indication that people are going to throw the spotlight on you. So right after that, you have to be careful. And
he's a medical doctor. Sometimes we should not even dismiss some of these things. He's a medical doctor. He is not, see, if Wood to me was the one purporting throwing out of these things, sometimes you would understand.
You just cut.
Yes, but he's a medical doctor, and it shocks you how that's possible.
He's a politician first before.
Every time Napo goes anywhere, his team would have done their research and show him the things to say. In fact, on that day, when he said Mokwame Nkrumah, he had been given pointers on the things to say. He had become like the Galamsey Beshe Mole. Anytime he gets onto stage, he forgets himself and drops one.
Drops one.
And you see, when you do that in politics, the strategists in the other team will sit back and begin to watch you and hope that you do that, because your stronghold is in the middle class who are already unhappy with your performance. Because the people who've lost most under this government is the middle class. And Napo didn't do anything whatsoever to give them the assurance. After all, we have talked about Bawumia winning election 2016 and 2024 Akufo-Addo, because for the first time in the country's political history under the Fourth Republic, Dr. Bawumia made the economy a real campaign issue. Not just with
lectures.
Figures, lectures. And lectures that got Professor Kwesi Botwe to say, I agree with you.
So here's the thing. Nuance it a bit more. So Dr. Bawumia had the advantage of an experience of being a running mate himself. He grew in the role. In 2012, he was so effective that he managed to take NDC's attention from his boss, whose face is actually on the ballot. And he became the shield. NDC were fighting him and responding to him and reacting to him. They forgot.
There was another candidate. There was another, in fact, there was some of those actually
going to the ballot. And no wonder what we saw happen in 2012 and in 2016, they won. So he had that experience. Then he had an opportunity to elect somebody. First of all, there are two things, and I think I'll come back to something you said. He had a different dilemma to deal with. At the time that he was elected, there was Nanado, who is in the can Banachim, right? So generally, he's in the can.
True.
The Ashantis will not fight him that much. But here is Bawumia, who is from the north. He's a Muslim. He wanted acceptance in the Ashanti region. He couldn't win elections with the Ashanti region. So his hands were tied, first of all. He couldn't go for somebody who is as competent as he is and was in 2008 when he was elected. Eloquent as he later became, ability to hold his own, create positive attention for himself. so that the candidate himself can go about doing his business, right? So he has to go with an Ashanti. And as you say, so that he can get acceptance in Ashanti region. He had a field of people to choose from to deliver this. You say that Napo was a choice because of his association.
Advertised association.
With the...
Wait, 1 minute. What do you say? What do you mean by advertised association?
Sometimes there's real and perceived association.
Yes, I want you to explain, because you are a royal too. Go ahead.
There's propaganda that
About grassroots, about royalty.
Oh, no, there's something deeper in the question. That's why I paused my question.
They say it.
I paused my question because there's something deeper in the question.
You have introduced
Answer the question.
So finish it.
No. I actually think that, in fairness, part of what all of this boiled down to, and I believe truly, was that he was to be the one that will be seen as, this is Ashanti's blessed child. I have always dismissed these so-called royal conversations that they've been having. And,
not a royal?
And because...
But the question that was asked of you by Winston,
yes,
is a question about, was he really a royal?
Or it was advertised?
It was advertised.
The elderly woman I said, spoke to me. Spend time on this subject.
So tell us. That was the
question. Tell us.
The question that Winston asked is the question about what was the
She
royal.
dismantled it, dismissed it. That it was useless and we're wasting everybody's time. If that was the purpose for which he was chosen.
Raymond, continue. Explain it. Since you understand.
Raymond, expand on that point.
Expand on it.
I have no competence in Ashanti royalty. I'm from Gabon. So it is different for sometimes.
Original member of the union. But I'll pause. No more questions. Continue.
Yeah, see, in all fairness, I actually think that connection and the perceived royalty and the extended, and you see, an extended connections with Menchia is what got Napo selected.
And that connection is through his father's side.
It's through his father's side.
And,
but you see,
and we know how that works. Because in the Akan tradition...
Yes, as Ashanti people who are matrilineal in nature, sometimes when you give people certain titles, it becomes a bit problematic. I hope you get my point. If your inheritance is matrilineal, when they seek to make connections based on patrilineal, sometimes we tell some people who are connected patrilineally that, because we don't consider you in the mainframe as part of properly so-called family, royal related. I hope you get my point. Mm-hmm. Because you do not in any way fall in the line, except if you have other connections that could bring you in. But it's a big family, so people can claim that. But it was exploited. And the display on the day of his inauguration cemented that. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. Nobody is fighting that kind of system. Politics, sometimes you seek favor and you get endorsement because of connections and history and ethnicity and all of that. Except that when it was given to Matthew Poku Pempe on a silver platter, and my entire life, you can go back to not even my life. Let's go back to the years. The previous Ashanti that had been in charge. The kind of a ringing endorsement that Napo got. See, right back to the internal UP, CPP fights in Ashanti, some of the endorsements have not been that level. It was massive. That was to make a point. And that was good for the ticket. But did he explore that to his benefit? And was it rewarded with the voting?
So that's a pause there, because I asked a separate question about his own ability to campaign and to be convincing in that. Because we've talked about Kwabenya and how the Michael Kwe was shambolic in his campaign. We'll talk about that. But let's stay on that theme. So if it was acceptance Bawumia wanted in the Ashanti region, he wanted to go with an advertised royal, he had a field to choose from. And we said here, we did analysis the day that he was outdoored, that when Otumfo says Benana, if you took a Duchum, he would have called him Menana.
Yeah.
If you took Joso, who, by the way, took himself off the board.
Yeah, he did.
He said he wasn't interested because he wasn't. If you took Osechi Mensah Bungshu, right? He would have called him Menana. And who else came from there? You disagree that he would have called him?
No. I'm saying that no other person in the names you have mentioned would have gotten the same level of
endorsement.
Because he had established it over a period. Let's not get it wrong. When I said energy minister, I went to 2-4. That conversation similarly happened. Say, oh, but you, so every time my power goes off and I'm losing gadgets in the process, then you come and convince me that it will be over soon. You need to fix that. As for that relationship, it has been there.
Okay, so if that's the case, then it was the best choice.
I'm saying that if that was the only reason why he had to be chosen, that is why, if that reason was also what stayed in the heart and mind of Napo, he would not be conducting himself the way he did after the aftermath.
But here's the thing, though. That consideration is only effective if it leads to the galvanizing of the base to vote for you.
Exactly.
That's it. That's the only. That's the only.
Without that, it would have been worse than this.
It wouldn't have.
Well, it wouldn't have. That consideration.
No, look.
That consideration is only effective. And here's the thing. So, what are you considering more, the votes or acceptance?
Look.
Is it possible that Bawumia overstated his fear of being rejected by the Ashantis because he's not one of them, because his count in the North was exaggerated?
I also think that some people exaggerated that to their benefit.
Yeah.
And you see, let's be fair, this whole claim about it should necessarily be a running mate coming from Ashanti, Isaac Owusu-Mensah went around the country, did some survey and said, no, this is a running mate conversation. Expand your scope. He was almost lynched. This is the director of research. He was almost lynched. But some people have purpose in their hearts that it was never going to go anywhere else.
So let me tell you something. The very first time Napo's name was mentioned as possible running mate to Akufo-Addo, I was having a conversation with somebody very close to Dr. Bawumia. And at the time, I'd thrown in the name Ken Ofori-Atta. This was in 2020.
Yes, who was also interested in it.
Yes. And I said, oh, I hear it will be Bawumia and Ofori-Atta. And he said, oh, David. Bawumia and Fano. And that it's Napo. In that conversation, I'd met people who had been given deputy positions who said, hey, Deputy Brady, yo. So let me just speak. So he wanted to be campaign coordinator for Bawumia in a region so that if Bawumia wins, he will get a substantive position instead of being a deputy. That was the first time. Then we did assessment of ministers in 2021. We assessed Napo as education minister and indicated that, in fact, the successes of in that ministry can be attributed to Yao Osei Educhum.
Right.
I got a call from a very good friend of mine who is close to Napo. His point was, Rani mate yabe, and I said, okay. Then I realized that this man is interested in being running mate. And a lot of the members of the Ashanti...
around the same time, somebody called me, and that person was standing behind Dr. Bawumia. Part of the people were standing when he was doing the concession speech. It's a woman. She was standing. She called me to also complain.
Yes.
That, fine person, possible running mate, but are you attacking them? Hey.
So I got the feeling that, okay, the man himself is interested. And so there were a lot of people, even within the Ashanti region, who knew that if Bawumia is made flag bearer, and it was likely to be so because they had a feeling Akufo-Addo would support a Bawumia presidency. In fact, the moment Akufo-Addo won, prior to the 2016 elections, there were actually those who were already thinking of a Bawumia presidency post-Akufo-Addo. So those people started advertising the Napo, thing. Now, because Napo also had presidential ambitions, he saw it as a nice way to get in there. So if Bawumia becomes, flag bearer, and you are his running mate, if you become vice president, after Bawumia, you'd say, but when you were vice president, you became flag bearer.
Natural progression.
So why can't I progress naturally to also become flag bearer? And I remember when we were having this conversation, I said that because Napo has presidential ambition, and if you're Bawumia, you may not win the 2024 elections. You may want to come back. It will be better for you to choose somebody who can contest you as your running mate, so that in Ghana, there will be no way that if Napo today decides that he's going to contest, but they will say, bah. The same man who chose you as his running mate, you want to contest him? You're ungrateful.
Now, on the back of that, the question then.
So I said, if that is what you want, then you might as well choose somebody who has what it takes to challenge you, so that, however, post the selection and everything that has transpired, I think the man Matthew Poku Prempeh hurts Bawumia more than he helped him. Yes.
Let's come down to, in terms of hurting, he had to go out and campaign. And there was this strategy that I questioned in one of our shows, that you chose the person primarily so he can galvanize your base in the Ashanti region to get them voting for you. He did not spend one day in the Ashanti region campaigning shortly after his outdooring. He went to, I think, Central, Western campaign. It was towards the end that we saw him there do a few days.
He was meeting royals.
Meeting royals. And there was something fundamentally wrong from afar about the strategy that they deployed. Because if the reason you chose him in spite of the defects that he had, that we all knew he had, right? Because you're weighing Napo. Napo always have had a tendency to rub people off the wrong way. Always. When he speaks, he puts off more than he attracts. He is an effective person in Ashanti region. If you take him out of the Ashanti region, he is a disaster. He's always been, right? But then you chose him for that reason. So now I was questioning, then why don't you keep him there in Ashanti? And I never thought that you would deploy Napo anywhere else than your strongholds. And then I saw him deployed to places where MPP hasn't got a foothold. How do you get Napo into a place that isn't a stronghold to hope that the people there will somehow sway to you? I didn't get the strategy.
Now,
this is a person who antagonizes rather than invites and affably brings people into a fold. That kind of person, you deploy to a place that you already have a foothold and get the people excited, right?
Yes.
Napo should have been left in the Ashanti region, spending months talking to people there, using his language and his so-called advertise to get people excited to vote for you. They didn't. They deployed him he was in Greater Accra. I just didn't get the strategy. And those are the places.
He was galvanizing the base.
Where?
Across the country.
But why did he choose him? Because Ashanti region. So you choose a person primarily because Ashanti region, and then you deploy him elsewhere. Does that make sense? Then that's one. Then a man then decides to campaign, right? Goes onto the ground. Let's assess the man as an effective campaigner. And I make this point knowing that the man who chose him became a very effective campaigner himself over time.
Sure.
So he should have known the qualities that you see in a person that you put there to support you. Especially when you know that you are starting off in Ashanti disadvantaged, because everybody who has come before you is different. You are obviously from the north. Then a man goes onto the campaign trail, and every time he opens his mouth, he is, and you know the one that I found what you can't excuse, when he said John Mahama, you know, and lifts the guy's hands and says John Mahama, and the guy whispers to him and reminds him that it's not John Mahama, it's, you know, Bawumia. Looks at the guy and says John Mahama again.
Yes. And now he blames the people for not hearing him completely. You heard that? He actually said that. And you see, and it's okay if you have to admit that you got it wrong and you're moving on. But he now blames the people.
The arrow, and that is what I do not. And look, there are plenty of mistakes Bawumia did, and I'm pretty sure they'll write a whole volume about it, about his mistakes in this campaign. But this one is self-inflicted.
He spent 20 days in the Ashanti region. Bawumia himself.
But why do you spend 20 days in the Ashanti region when the primary reason you selected your vice president
was
your running mate
to do that job?
Meanwhile, you deployed him everywhere else but the place.
Because contrary to the perception that the man has kept the place, there was evidence presented by people who are collecting data that the place is not, it's not galvanized.
So they saw this coming. They saw that the reason was showing that this was coming, and yet you still didn't deploy the guy there.
Even the data people would agree that the level of devastation we are seeing is not what they saw first.
But you see, Raymond,
because
but that level,
this level of devastation is problematic.
Because even the NDC didn't see this.
Yes, but
some of the because some of the things
you and I didn't see this.
But the fact that they chose him, they knew that they had a problem in Ashanti.
Evans, this is the point. Nobody saw this coming.
Right.
And anytime I'd been in
But they knew they had a problem in Ashanti.
Yeah.
I spent 2 days in Ashanti last week before the election. And when I picked my vehicle, I started having conversations with a lot of people. I knew instantly that the problem was huge. Instantly.
True.
This was the ordinary people for, 2-3 hours. When I went to have my breakfast, I deliberately had a breakfast in the place that I could meet ordinary folks and talk.
I engage them.
All you needed to do when I bought my food to say, but anyway, once I said that, by the time I was wrapping up, I had 10 people.
Focus group discussion.
That's talking to you about their grievances. And I'm saying that the party knew. So you went for Napo because of that. With all his disadvantage, you went for him because of that. And you still didn't deploy him there to go and do the work for you.
The party knew that they had issues in the Ashanti region. Now, this is it. Whatever it was, I think that the NPP in Ashanti did something, but it was actually individuals in the Ashanti region who did that.
True.
It was individuals who wanted to be running mate Samson who painted a picture. So while the researcher, at the Office of the Presidency is saying that expand the scope of running mate. Even persons who wanted the running mate and were from other parts of the country were trying to trace their route to Ashanti. Because they had all
connections were made.
Because they are all bought into it must come from the Ashanti conversation. But that was also, and you see, because of that, when you go to Kumasi, and you have conversations, what you hear, Raymond, will be that and that kept resonating with the people. And it was something the party itself was fueling. And so part of the performance is coming from, because you see, the moment you said, I need this to do that, because of this feeling, it's like deciding to make an MP who has developmental challenges a deputy minister, believing that he would have resources to campaign.
But these are party base that you could always say that regardless of their disenchantment, regardless of their frustrations, they will keep faith. Yeah. So it didn't really matter that much. Even though you would see that, getting to the end of the campaign, some reality sort of dawned on the party. And they realized that they needed to get there and do a lot more work. And part of the work included making sure that if there was any project that needed to be commissioned or any project that you needed to show that it had not been abandoned, but it will be worked on, they kept to that, gave them that hope, and spent that long time there. Then Mahama went there. Then they said, no, we won't, see the space to him. Let's get back.
I thought that was unnecessary.
Yeah.
Very unnecessary.
That was real demonstration of panic.
Yeah, actually, it was a sign of desperation.
That's when I realized
back and forth.
I realized that the campaign was in the panic mode.
And this is what actually it did to Dr. Bawumia. It prevented him from doing one thing he had done very well over the last 4 elections, Northern Ghana.
True.
What was supposed to be, so now the campaign in Northern Ghana had been left in other hands. And the man who had spearheaded it in the past was trying so hard to win Ashanti votes. And as you say, while the person that he had selected to bring him Ashanti votes was in other parts of the country, not winning votes, but creating problems.
I mean, and
It's about creating problems.
yeah, I mean, the MPP strategy, and the thing we've credited MPP with a lot. We did analysis is that when it comes to strategy, they tend to do well. I mean, they tend to sort of, but this year's strategy baffled me quite a bit. I mean, I didn't get it.
But we're extremely confident about the strategy.
Yeah, they were extremely
So
confident.
this strategy, was it dictated by the French or the local strategists?
The French, you say?
The French strategists or the local strategists?
I'm not sure I get what you're trying to say.
But he's trying to suggest that there may have been some consultants.
Oh, no, they brought, okay.
So there's foreign consultants.
Oh, that's for, okay.
So the foreign consultants. So he
I'm just asking whether this is dictated by local experts like Samson or foreign experts. Sometimes, yeah.
Samson doesn't do that.
The thing, though. One more question, then we can take a break. So, who is damaged more, Napo or Bawumia?
Hey,
Okay, why?
Because Napo was to deliver a key constituency.
easily won, maintained, always won.
And which the NPP needed. And if he had delivered it, we will come back anytime there's an election and do 4 slides on the Ashanti region. And the last one will be the Matthew Poku Prempeh
effect. The Napo effect.
Napo effect. If we are to do this again, it will not be a positive one, but a negative one. And that hurts him.
And you can bet that in 2028, we will do this analysis.
If we have life, we will do it.
Who's damaged more?
Oh, I agree with Winston that Napo, because I think there is something very interesting about Bawumia that you sometimes struggle to pin things on him.
Yeah.
As vice president, as candidate, I think you struggle to do that. But, and in all fairness, even though Bawumia himself jabbed in this election space, Bawumia did not get himself into more trouble jabbing than Napo did.
Yes, Bawumia didn't get himself in any trouble at all.
Yeah. So,
Napo did quite a bit. He didn't land one punch that stuck that I remember.
See, politics, people can, because you have been made a candidate, they'll still say, yes, Amasa. But when you lose the election, they can look in your face. And I've seen a lot more people coming out, even on social media, not internally on MPP platforms, but on social media, saying straight to the face that he was a complete disaster, and this disaster cannot be repeated. In fact, I feel they are even to a large extent isolating Mahmoud Bawumia from it. They have gone for executives, they have gone for regional Ashanti executives, and added Napo to the list, isolating what they call it, Bawumia. No matter how you look at this, Napo's single duty, and again, for you to be given a single duty, it means they have identified that in other areas you may be lacking heavily. Strategic-wise, they just put him in a direction, the strategy-wise, just put him in a direction, let him deliver that one alone. we are seeing not only did he not deliver, Ashanti may be giving the MPP some of the most dangerous results that the founding fathers of the MPP will be shocked that this is possible in the Ashanti region.
Yeah.
Especially when Aaron was running mate.
And you know, the NDC have
I hope you get
the NDC have redefined the Ashanti map.
And almost make it look like it's confining it.
They redefined it in the sense that not only have they taken some additional seats from the MPP, which has never happened before. Already when we are talking about right now, we are 6 of them. Because I don't expect them to lose such a Dumase, New Dubiase, such a Front Plains. And they've already taken Ahafano, Southeast, and they've taken Akrofrom. So that's 6 already. And they're already projecting they possibly could hit 10. And it doesn't look beyond them already. That's a complete redefinition. Oh, Asawase is also there, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's 7.
In the middle, yeah.
That's 7. In fact, that's 7 and I expect already in the bag, right? So 3 more to hit 10. If they hit 10, when I suggested to you in the room there that they could hit 10,
I said it was impossible, it was unreasonable, it's not backed by data, it would have been out of the ordinary.
I said the most they could make would be 4,
regardless
of the tsunami. Yes.
Yeah. Because
I said regardless of the nature of the tsunami, the most they could make in Ashanti would be 4.
Because I find solace in the data. And at least trends have suggested that is...
Adansi Asokwa.
Yes, KT Amon's please.
KT Amon.
It's National Region.
Yes, please.
Hasn't he lost?
He's lost.
They say he's losing.
We understand.
But I'm waiting for the data to reflect here before I can confirm, because we only deal with certified data.
Of course. But that was a question.
Yes. So I'm waiting to get that. That's why even when we're talking about percentages and turnouts, I'm waiting to get a fuller picture. Maybe the areas we have seen are not the areas that put worked hard. Maybe the other areas is where it concentrated. Because politicians have a lot of stories.
I really enjoy your sarcasm.
No, maybe. Yes. So the areas he concentrated are yet to come in. And we may see that.
Boy, stop that.
Oh, I'm just saying it is possible. Oh, okay, yeah, it is possible. that will happen. But the very devastation that's happening in Ashanti, for example, is something that I'm not sure he himself, when he sit back and reflect, he will be happy with. No. See, this is a time where the blessed child of Otufo is the running mate. Charged with control and direction for the region. Yes, some of us raised the fact that he had difficulties with that guy. Chairman to me. Some of us raised that. But
they resolved it.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, they took pictures, showed us, including videos.
Apparently. Yes, it was resolved. And they went on to work together to deliver these results. Compare this to 2008. Compare this to even the year 2000. Okay, 2008 will be a perfect example. That's why the NPP was also having 8 years and going to the next year. The devastation was not to this level. To the extent that constituencies are being lost, constituencies not known to be NDC's own, constituencies not known to affiliate, or sometimes, if you let the MPP win with a small margin, we still have the conversation here that they are reducing impact. But for it to go away, presidential, parliamentary, no, something absolutely went wrong with the man who was charged with the region. And ideally, parties do introspection. I don't know why they have said they should calm down and form a committee and deal with it properly.
They have.
Some of them are taken to social media too early.
But you can expect that to NDC experience that.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the solution to that is tell them that
we're going to
go right out there.
Law.
Yes.
In the next
few
days.
I think sober heads must reflect on this matter properly, because we're starting this conversation and this coverage with how is the MPP going to treat 1.14 million? Is it going to increase it or reduce it slightly?
Yeah.
Our conversation never reached the point where NPP was going to be, where it got 75%, getting 60%.
I'm not sure even if they'll get 900,000 margin. They wouldn't.
In their Ashanti region?
They wouldn't.
Wow.
I'm sure now after your...
It will be between 700 to 800.
But I have not heard something on who is damaged more.
And you asked that question as if you are closing us on this session.
No, we are not closing.
So, Bawumia did something for Akufo-Addo. Bawumia did something extraordinary for Akufo-Addo. Bawumia rescued the NPP. Can I say anything close to that for Matthew Opoku Prempeh? Absolutely not. Zero. Even though I recognize that they had a huge challenge. It was a challenge they appear to have paid a blind attention to. They appear to have been impervious to. There were times that you pointed out certain things to some of these people, and they felt you were strange. They felt you were just being...
Not in touch.
Yeah, you were just being, just listening to NDC. Right? So, to be frank with you, I was expecting, first of all, it was not a choice I was expecting to happen. I'll be upfront with you that I was expecting that the choice will be Educhum. Right?
Yeah.
Now, there was something that some people were not comfortable with when Educhum was Deputy Minister for Education. And that was that he was deputy, but we appear to have credited him for the good things that was happening under the ministry.
Yeah.
Then eventually he was made the substantive minister. I believe, for example, if we were running a country in a manner that had respect for its talents and the partisanship didn't consume to destroy us, Educhum should be Minister of Education in the NDC's regime. But I know that will not happen. Okay? I know that will not happen. So, the things that had occurred, and the things that occurred just before his choice, his selection, the issue of the questions on Dumso, or the fact that people had problems with their electricity, and they were asking, can we get a timetable?
Oh, goodness me, I remember that.
Can we get a timetable? And his reply was snobbish. And that, for many people, was Napo in character. Not that he was out of character. He was in character. He was snobbish. He's arrogant. Many people will tell you. And his handlers say that's the opposite of who the man is. Now, how am I supposed to buy that kind of, narrative? That the man's actions, his inactions in the public domain, it's what we judge him by. It's what we judge him by. Okay? So if you say he's not what the people have seen him to be, I don't know how you're going to manage that.
And the likes of, let's be fair, and the likes of Sonia also were all part of this so-called, there's a different person. Writing all of those things, creating the impression that, no. Person happy, I've not met him and I'm not engaged. We are not close enough. We have not seen the true human being. All of that was part of the picture.
I've hosted Napo here on Newsfile on this platform. Yeah. Okay? If he says he will disrupt your show, he will disrupt it. It doesn't matter how many times you try, to bring him to order to have an orderly discussion. Okay? If he says he will disrupt it, he will disrupt it. So, people know what they know him for is who he is. He cannot be any different. But if he's different, that's your job to tell us how different he is. Did they manage to do that? No. You just said, and for me, that is telling that you don't have a recollection of a single thing that Napo had to say on the campaign that you remember.
No.
That you will remember him for, which is positive, which is substantive, right? So, so that's my measure. My measure is that if Dr. Bawumia is the one who set the new standard of what it means to be, what the role of a vice presidential candidate should be, and he moved beyond that to set what we are told is a new standard of what the role of a vice president should be. My expectation was that the person that will be chosen will live up to the billing, at least, if not up to what Bawumia would have done. Now, Nana Akufo-Addo won elections because of Dr. Bawumia. You can't take that away from him, because it was not going to work for him. It was Bawumia who began to tell us about the economy. It was Bawumia who began to convince people that it was difficult to convince, to begin to reason with him. That, look, the man is telling you what is possible, what is doable. The man is telling you what it takes to take your country from where it is to the next level. And look, regardless of everything that had happened to the economy, the attributions to Ukraine and to COVID, he still was able to project his bold solutions.
Yeah.
In a way, sometimes
yeah,
you could give yourself that benefit and say, look, let me shut this COVID Ukraine thing and what it has done to the economy and listen to him. To a point where you could tell yourself, let me put myself in a position that I should give him the benefit of the doubt. That when giving the opportunity as his own man, he may be able to disprove what we now attribute to him because he was vice president, because he couldn't do. So that's what I was expecting. And I got zero, nothing close to it from Napo. That's your answer, if I have answered you.
No, you have.
Because as they move forward to rearrange, reorganize, I believe Bawumia still will have the opportunity to put himself up.
Yeah.
And he will be able to explain, or they will be able to explain even for him, why he is still a good material for president. But I doubt how Napo will be able to do that kind of justification, that he should still be given the opportunity to do this.
I honestly think that Napo is damaged beyond repair. I think so. First of all, he's no longer in Parliament because he's not. After this, he's done.
Right.
Because he went to chase the vice presidential slot. Obviously, we know he have presidential ambitions, right? But
He can contest Bawumia
he can
and win handsomely.
primary
Yes,
within the MPP
certainly.
and win the primary.
Yes.
Once again, that's him. Sarcasm.
Sarcastic. Okay.
That's him. Sarcasm.
Western agrees with me.
He's just telling you what is not possible.
Yeah.
Well, he can decide to
Oh, no,
contest, except that
nothing will stop him from contesting.
except that
Yeah.
he's not going to win it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. I don't see that. His core base is in the Ashanti region.
Possible.
Well, it is possible. I'm sure if you have Bawumia himself, you say it's possible. So, of course, it is possible.
Actually, his inability to spring back, it's not more about what he has not been able to do for the Bawumia campaign, but about what he has failed to do for himself as a running mate.
Yeah. He didn't do himself any favors at all. He sort of just damaged his reputation. He just got himself into this area where he became the butt of jokes. Really? What do you remember Napo for? in the last few months since it was confirmed? You just do a random sample.
Bamia vote, yeah, fancy check. Bamia vote, yeah, fancy check. That was massive campaigning. Oh, you heard the song too. Bamia vote, yeah, fancy check.
You know, I mean, that for me, when you ask that fundamental question, I don't remember him saying anything that added any value to the campaign other than the controversial moments that he created. And you have Nana Jino Pokwajiban, by the way, who also was invisible, right? But did not create negative problems and controversy.
The whole strategy of the NDC was don't bring anybody who wouldn't add anything but then takes away from the campaign.
Yeah.
So you're taking a Nano Pokwajiman and then she goes around, does a rally or two, saying one or two things that is creating problems. Don't worry, do a retail campaign. Go meet identifiable groups. No media coverage. Take your team along. Go and campaign. Win? Fine. You don't? Well, that's the end. And I'm sure that today we would say that is a better strategy.
It is a better strategy.
Yes.
It is
because to be very honest with you, if you go for somebody to go and bring you votes in the Ashanti region, and the man is campaigning everywhere and giving you problems,
and you don't stop him,
why don't you then tell him, go and do door to door
in Ashanti region?
Then nobody gets to hear from you.
At least door to door, you may offend one person at a time. You can't cover the entire nation.
But door to door, the person whom you meet that you are likely to offend would actually appreciate you because he's excited to see you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in fact, you may not even have offend the person. The person will say, oh, then you say, oh, don't worry, when we come, we'll do this. You're done.
I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll try and get you some reactions from those who have won and lost. And I know in these moments, it's difficult to get those who've lost. Some of them have been talking to us in private. Maybe we can get them on but those who won, maybe get a sense about, did they even anticipate and dream about this particular victory? We will try and get that for you. And if you've missed it, Dom Kwabenya is in and the NPP for the first time has lost it. We'll go back there and get you some more reactions too. My colleague Blazer Soga has been chasing that for us. This is your election headquarters.